I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board for Thursday, April 22nd, 2021. I'd like to read a notice. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced capacity rate of 50% capacity for the Professional Development Center meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members will be required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. All audience members will also undergo temperature screening before entering the meeting room. The regular meeting scheduled for April 22nd, 2021 at 5 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action item by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in the board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public view. I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or any other noise-making devices. And I would like to ask Board Member Mark Ballou to lead us in the invocation.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life, and we pray for the health and safety of everyone in our community. We ask for your guidance and wisdom. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Continue to remind us that we are here in the pursuit of truth and the service of others. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. I am going to delay the pledge, if I can, Council, until our cadet arrives to lead us in the pledge. So we'll move forward with the meeting until they get here, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday. District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. We move now to item C1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the March 18th, 2021 regular board meeting as published in the official journal. Do I have a motion? Ms. Bernard moves. And do I have a second? Ms. Collins seconds. Are there any comments from the board on the minutes? Are there any, seeing none, are there any comments from the audience on the meeting minutes? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
You can go ahead and call the roll.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
You in?
Yes, I'm
District 6, Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode?
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
District 9, President Tapman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
The minutes are approved. We now move to item D, recognitions. D1, recognition of former Capitol High School football coach Roman Bates. Mr. Lannis?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Tapman. And I won't be long, but I thought it was gravely important that, again, we always recognize those that have dedicated their lives in service to our community and also to our schools. So, we would be remiss if we didn't highlight this brave person. As many of you have heard, we have lost another long-time EBR employee, retired coach, and community hero with the passing of former Capitol High School head football coach Roman Bates. Coach Bates dedicated 34 years of his life to mentoring thousands of young men around the city of Baton Rouge and the Eden Park community. Of his many accomplishments, Coach Bates is remembered for being the 13th all-time winningest coach in LHSAA history, leading the Capitol High Lions to the 1999 4A state championship. I don't know if there's anyone here tonight from the Capitol High community, but again, on behalf of our school board, we would like to dedicate this time to just take one moment of silence for Coach Roman Bates, if we could. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Capitol High community, and thank you, President Tapman.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. I didn't push the button to speak, but since no one's in line, I think it's critically important that we recognize people who give their really, I didn't know Coach Bates well, but he was a legend. When I came here, I knew about him, and then I followed athletics, and clearly he was a legend. And people put in their whole lives, and when they walk away and they retire or what have you, we need to do a better job, I think, of a board as recognizing those people for the work that they do. And that includes not only Coach Bates, but our school teachers, our administrators, and everyone. I don't want to see in our district that on someone's last day of work that they get a box and they walk out the door. I just think we need to and could do more. And Superintendent Narcisse, that may be a little bit of a challenge I'm offering to you. But to Coach Bates, think about how many young lives he impacted. And he'll do more for children and for education he's done more for children and education in his life than I'll ever do. And so I want to second your comments. So thank you very much for bringing that to us, Mr. Lannis. Any other comments? Seeing none, we will move to item D2, VIPS Partners in Education, recognition of the VIPS Partners in Education for the month of April. Ms. Simmons, how are you?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you? Greetings, school board members, Superintendent Narcisse, President Tapman, and Vice President Collins, and all members of the school board. Thank you all for having us again this month to recognize another wonderful VIPS partnership with community partner Nicole Scott, and she is with Yoga Noir. Her company has been doing some amazing work in the community in partnership with not only Fran Yu, but also with the mayor's office. I'm sure she's a familiar face, and we are just so honored to have her partner with VIPS through her Yoga for Our Future initiative, in which she has a specific cause to target youth in our community and expose them to yoga and all the wonderful benefits that it presents. We began our partnership in fall last year, prior to COVID, and was it fall last year? Or must have been spring. This partnership began at EBR Readiness with a very unique population of students that benefited greatly from this experience. She would visit the school weekly and do a 1-hour session with the students and teachers alike. And from that, they gained mindfulness experiences, coping skills, some self-actualization, stress management, all of the wonderful benefits that yoga presents. Fast forward to this spring, post-COVID, we actually partnered again for Glen Oaks Middle and High School students, where she visited the school and we did an outdoor yoga experience with the teachers and faculty, as well as most of the student body, a lot of athletes as well. As you can imagine, you know, they students may not have been as familiar with yoga and were pushed out of their comfort zone, but we were very pleased to see the level of commitment and involvement of these students, and we'll be continuing this partnership as well throughout the rest of the school year and into next fall. I will let Ms. Nikki talk to you all about her experience partnering with VIPS as well.
Excuse me, I'll just take a moment. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This has been a really great experience. I do have a love for children, and as a faculty member at FranU, we have already had a partnership with VIPS. We were encouraged to pick up what they call Reading Buddies. Reading Buddies is part of our service and service learning project there. And so I was already familiar with VIPS, and when they reached out and asked if I could possibly offer yoga to the students, I was more than happy to say yes. I'm very happy to have met so many new friends in the different schools and programs. It's been an amazing experience. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, and I think we have a comment from Ms. Collins.
I just want to say I'm so excited to meet Yoga Noir in public. I follow you
Hi.
on Instagram, honey, and you make me so excited. So when she's presenting you as a partner with VIPS, I'm just so glad that our students are able to experience what you have to offer. I have been an advocate for mindfulness and yoga and whatnot in classrooms and for the youth.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's scientifically proven to be beneficial, in addition to the relationships that are built. So the social, emotional, and the cognitive benefits of what you're doing can't be appreciated enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, and thank you, Ms. Scott. What about board yoga? Do you do that?
Yes.
Everyone stand up.
We might need some goats, like goat yoga.
I don't do
But
goat
anyway,
yoga.
just seriously, I really do think we need board yoga. But thank you so much for the work that you do, Ms. Gode.
I would like to mention that she also contributed some videos with her daughter and herself that are on our YouTube channel at VIPS Baton Rouge, so the schools and the public can utilize those as well.
I just want to congratulate you and thank you so much for all the work you do. This is a medal from the board and our superintendent. And please take that, and to your whole organization, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. We move now to item E1, monthly financial report. Is that you? Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm definitely a lot off tonight. Information only, I should have read that. Seeing no comments. Personnel changes, E2, again for information only. Seeing no questions or comments from the board, we now go to F1, update from the superintendent, Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, President Tapman. First, I just wanted to say I wanted to celebrate our administrative professionals. I know it was Administrative Professional Day, but I usually call it Administrative Professional Week. And just wanted to say on behalf of myself and the board, we are just so excited about the commitment that our administrative professionals have to our students in East Baton Rouge. Also, their attention to detail and commitment to customer service. We could not do this work without you, and we just are very happy about the huge role that they play in helping our school system function with excellence. I'd like to also share that we have had over 30 applications for our JAG Stars Scholarship Program to date, As maybe you know, the JAG Star Scholarship was the scholarship given by Southern University. The program guarantees 2 scholarships per high school, or approximately 26 scholarships to graduate seniors from all high schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. Scholarship recipients will receive academic, career, financial, and college readiness program and outreach initiative support. Recipients will also be provided with information on summer internships and research assistantship. We're extremely grateful to Southern University's College of Agriculture and Consumer Sciences for this opportunity for our students. Over the course of the past week, we've met with our principals, teachers, students, and parent advisory groups comprising of over 200 stakeholders for feedback, and also having 2,000 online reports on our Smart Start plan and always ways to improve our calendar. We appreciate the feedback and our community's engagement, and I look forward to this continued engagement in all issues that we have in our school system. CSRS, I'd like to invite our partners from CSRS to give a brief update on the capacity study at this time.
Good evening, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, Dr. Narcisse, and other board members. My name is Judith Anderson with CSRS, and I thank you for this opportunity to provide an update. For those listening that may not be aware, CSRS is undertaking a facility study for the district, and this is a fact-based study that is to help them help lead the district into creating a strategic master plan. And so some of those things, the main focus of that is to make sure and create efficiencies. We'll be looking at functional planning, student enrollment, planning again just in an overall sense, space utilization, and operational cost. So this is pretty much something that'll focus on 5 to 10 year, but that future outlook. So we're looking at total number of schools needed to support enrollment, grade configurations that's existing and proposed, and then enrollment for each school. Recommendations of any new schools that may be needed, descriptions of improvements of sites, and then just overall properties, looking at those that may be vacant, those that are utilized as they are now, and even may be underutilized. And then a budget that accompanies any improvements. So those next steps, right now, last month we were pretty much collecting data. A good bit came from the system office. This month we've been taking time to input all of that data into a database so we can begin analysis. Next month, our hope is to have some meetings with the stakeholders to just discuss vision and how you all see us moving into the future so that it is one cohesive plan. And then in June, it's pretty much a presentation of what that study has found. Here's some examples of what's been going on. I know it's kind of small, but what we did was for each school, we presented a questionnaire to the principals talking about their capacities, the programs that they're offering, numbers of students, so on and so forth, and just how they're functioning. And then to the right, you'll see site plans. And so part of what this analysis will entail are a site plan of each school. And it just shows if there is a plan for it to grow into larger numbers, how that may happen on a particular school site. One example that's shown right now is Audubon and Sherwood, Audubon Elementary and Sherwood Middle, and they share a site, and so there is still vacant land there, and it just, again, part of this study will help identify whether or not there is room on that site to grow. And the end product will pretty much be a written report that's presented, and along with that is an interactive data portal. So when you have specific questions about a certain school, you'll be able to go to that data portal, and it should be able to kind of answer those questions to show how we got to the end result. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Dyson.
Hi, thank you for this. So in the report that we end up getting in, is it June?
Yes.
But in it, it won't have this small font that we can't.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so each school will have this breakdown along with all of our vacant,
Correct.
unimproved properties as well.
Correct.
And it'll show the acreage and all of that. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we get it in a,
No, and that's actually also the reason that it is not just a written report. It is something that is interactive, so you can be able to blow up, especially when we get into those site plans. They are so large. If we did it in a written format, it would almost be useless. So that is why it's kind of that twofold of a deliverable.
but we'll get it in a booklet
Yes.
like this too.
Correct.
And you'll blow it up with large enough font.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. It's much needed.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Ms. Collins, Vice President Collins.
Thank you.
Sorry about
As while you're going through this process, as new needs arise, will you be able to add considerations to your process? So, for example, I'm particularly thinking about pre-K. And the implementation of new pre-K classes across the district, assuming when that comes back up that does get approved, would that type of thing be considered as part of your overall plan?
Yes. So I guess that's a twofold answer in that we want to meet and talk about, what schools specifically that may want to happen. It may be all. But the
Okay.
other part of that is on those site plans, showing what's available and what can happen on those current sites if it won't already suit growth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Baloo.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. As part of your evaluation, are you going to be including enrollment at charter schools that the district has authorized and in terms of the number of schools needed or where we may need additional schools?
We are, yes, we are accounting for charters, whether within or outside of.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo. I don't see any more questions, Ms. Anderson. Thank you so much for, you did such a great job of presenting it. I guess no one has questions, so.
Thank you. One more, based upon some feedback from board members, I would like for Ms. Lynn Williamson to share a little bit more detail on our expanded summer enrichment and athletics opportunities based on our Smart Start plan to share with the community.
Good evening, President Tatman, Vice President Collins, Superintendent Narcisse, and members of the board. I'm truly excited about this opportunity to provide free sports clinics this summer and new or expanded sports programs for students in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Student athletic programs promote physical activity, team building, and motivated learners, as well as, many other things. A chart, this is what we currently have. In elementary, we do not have elementary sports programs sponsored by our school district. We are going to offer summer clinics and free tutoring to these elementary kids, and then improve student engagement, attendance, classroom participation, and other things. In the middle school, 6 through 8, we currently have football, volleyball, soccer, track and field, basketball, and volleyball and softball for the middle school students. We are going to expand the athletic programs to include a little longer seasons, and that way they will have more opportunities for practices and games, which is important. We also will have summer tutoring for our clinic attendees, which we're excited about. High school, we have to follow the guidelines of LHSA, which we are, but we're going to provide tutoring opportunities for all student athletes this summer. Any questions about that?
Ms. Collins. Vice President.
What's the price tag on, and I think this is all amazing. I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping up. What's the price tag on the proposal? Have you been able to get to that place yet?
Yes, ma'am. Just for the summer programs, it's $190,000 for, but I'll explain, it'll make more sense when I explain the locations. I can move to that slide that shows, not the price, but it is $190, and that includes the coaches, supplements, and the benefits. I'll come back to that. Sorry. Okay. We're going to have the summer clinics. We're going to have 8 weeks of summer clinics. We're going to have 3 sites at at pre-K through 1. We're going to have 3 sites, grades 2 and 3. We're going to have 3 sites for 4 and 5, and we're going to have 3 sites for grades 6 through 8.
And the sites are those?
We are working on the sites because we're trying to make it in different geographic locations to meet the needs of our students.
Okay. And then for quick clarity on that 190, the summer clinics, is this breakdown of elementary schools and middle school? No, I see. So you have the price tag on the summer clinics. Do you also have it for the elementary schools and middle schools?
For the fall?
Yes, ma'am.
We are currently working on that.
Okay, all right.
It's almost complete, but I don't want to give you a total figure yet because we're in the process of doing that.
And then, and this is not something I'm gonna hold you to, I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Do you have any estimated range of what that might look like? Like 100,000 versus $1 million? Like, it's not gonna be $2, but it's not gonna be $4 million? Do you
Oh,
have
no,
any?
ma'am. It might be between 250 and 300.
Okay.
For the whole year, and that includes the middle and the elementary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Like I said, we're going to do 8-week clinics in 3 per grade level clusters. We're going to have this summer, we're going to have flag football, volleyball, soccer, basketball, track and field for elementary and middle school students. And all these clinics will be free. And they will be from 7:30 to 3:30 every day, Monday through Thursday. We'll follow the district schedule. And they will be provided free lunch, breakfast. They will have an hour-and-a-half tutoring / literacy component. They have to attend that before they attend the skills clinic. So it's going to be, you know, something that no other district in the state has. I called some colleagues of mine from Caddo and other surrounding areas. No one has it in the public school system, and it's sponsored by the school system. So this is going to be a one-of-a-kind for the state, and I'm really excited about that.
Are you done, Ms. Williams?
Well,
Oh,
I just
no.
want to tell you our next steps.
Okay,
I do have seasons up for the sports.
Okay.
And they're listed here. You have that in your PowerPoint. We're going to have seasons. We'll have flag football, volleyball kind of coincide with each other. Then we'll have a winter 1, which is soccer, a winter 2, which would be basketball, and then spring we would have track and field. Next steps, we're going to confirm the location and the dates. We're going to create a registration portal. We're going to hire qualified staff and coaches, and then we're going to purchase the equipment because we're going to provide that equipment to those schools. Any questions?
yes.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to hurry you, I didn't know if you were finished.
I'm good.
Mr. Blue?
Thank you. I think this is great. Regarding the athletic camps, how many employees will we have participating in that?
We'll have a total of 60. I'll have 5 at 3 sites for each subgroup. So it's a total of 60.
And do we anticipate a need for volunteers, or I know there's legal things to consider, but do we need volunteers, or we plan on incorporating volunteers in the camps?
I would love volunteers if it's allowed by the district, yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. I just have is there a strength and conditioning program that we have for our sports over the summer? I'm not within this, but just in the
Yes.
natural flow? Okay.
For high schools.
Yeah, can you?
They can train, yes, different schools have their own weight rooms, and what they do is the coaches, or the EBR pays for a couple of the strength and conditioning coaches, and they work out all summer.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, I know it's a little bit of a different schedule every time, but do they get the kids in like during the weekdays for a certain number of days during the summer or what have you?
They do have them during the weekdays in the summer.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just interested in that because as a young man, when I was playing sports, it really was good for me to have to be around adults during the summertime when I was away from learning and so on and so forth. So I am a big advocate of summer programs, strength and conditioning, whatever it might be.
Right, and I would love to incorporate the tutoring for high school in with that strength and conditioning program.
Brilliant idea.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Dyson.
I just think all of this is great. I wanted to ask about the 3 sites for each. I'm just thinking about how large the geographic area is
Right.
to cover, and it's 3, I mean, I guess, is that because of a budget? Because
It is because of the
That's a lot of
budget.
territory for
Right.
3.
It is because of the budget.
Okay. And then, is there going to be a cap on how many can register at each site?
Based on the governor's orders per occupancy, yes, ma'am.
So how many students do you think we can offer this to?
Well, what I want to do is kind of have, and I have a copy that I'm working on, but let's say to incorporate more students at one site, I want to have, like, let's say soccer for girls in the morning while boys are playing basketball in the morning. And so then we flip-flop the 2 programs to where now I can come inside and the other group can go outside. We can have more students that way.
And I was hoping, when we talked, I was hoping that we could offer, instead of an hour of the tutoring, I was hoping, and just enrichment, literacy, I was hoping to get a part of the morning, like an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon. So say, I know when we talked, that you had talked about possibly like you can get there from 7 to 7:30 and then tutoring starts at 7:30. And then I'm just thinking about this child that gets dropped off and they've already missed the tutoring for that day. And so I'm just thinking of the logistics of it. And so I'm thinking that we may do better and be able to get more participation in the tutoring part. And I think maybe they need the hour out of the weather and the heat and all of that, both in the morning and in the afternoon. And maybe not first thing in the morning, maybe mid-morning and mid-afternoon.
Well, and especially maybe after lunch, because you wouldn't want to eat and then go outside on a full stomach in the heat. So that's a good option.
Yeah.
And there's,
Right.
yeah, we will consider that for sure.
I just definitely want to make sure we're putting that enrichment in there enough to make a difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I agree.
And I'll be interested to see how many children we end up being able to offer this to and how many we end up having to, not include.
I think it's going to be huge because it's a free,
I
it's a
know,
free
and
program.
I'm concerned that there may be more demand than we have openings for. May not be this year because of the late start on this and the late, development of this, and they've already signed up somewhere else. But I think this could be a really game changer if we could grow it.
Right. That's
Okay.
the plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice President Collins.
Just a quick thought, and it could actually maybe help with some of my colleagues' concern. I thought about some of the existing organizations that are already doing athletics with some of these age groups, break teams and other, mom and pop teams, for lack of a better description. And so maybe, and I'm just lifting this up, maybe there's an opportunity for some type of partnership so that I'm sure a lot of, free 99 versus how much they have to come up with to participate in those other programs that people are already doing. A lot of parents will go ahead and choose our free option.
Right.
And so I'm just lifting up, it might be, maybe we could put out, it might be an opportunity there for partnership. I can't even pretend to know how it would work, but it might be a partnership opportunity that would also give us more capacity and address some of what Ms. Dyson is saying.
Yes, ma'am. And also, I'm looking at donation, like funding,
Okay,
reaching
yeah.
out to different organizations.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Good ideas.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tadman. And not to overcomplicate the conversation or the program, because it sounds phenomenal. I would definitely agree, this is game changing. My only question is, have we thought about access? Because I know the opportunity is there, but there may be a lot of families that may not have transportation to get to those sites. So have we thought about transportation of helping those families that may not have the means of getting to those camps, but definitely need those programs for their students?
okay. I will call Mr. Holliday Transportation tomorrow, first thing, and I'll ask him, if we can work together. That's a great idea.
That sounds great. And
Yep.
I love the idea of being able to offer more roles and opportunities for our staff and also for our coaches as well in terms of opportunities to make more money throughout the summer.
Right.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
Real good.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you for that question. In terms of equity, we've been really thinking about how do we provide more access for kids who don't have, not only for athletics, but also for our summer camps. So we've been in conversations starting to process to communicate with principals about providing kids with scholarships who are going to paid camps, where we would be able to give scholarships to kids who were that would have free and reduced, that fall into the free and reduced category. So access does not become a problem for them. I know for us in athletics, we because it's just under us to do this, we were able to do that, but we're also looking about what does that mean within our summer camps, within our schools that are actually charging parents.
Board's clear. Thank you, Ms. Williamson.
Thank you.
So your report.
Thank you, President Tatman. That is a superintendent's update.
Thank you very much. I want to go back now, and since we don't have our senior Army instructor to introduce our cadet, I do have one of his former teachers here, so I'm going to call on Ms. Storm Matthews to introduce him.
I didn't know I was going to get the opportunity to do this today, but it is with great pleasure, great pride that I get to introduce to you a student who actually pushed me to push him to make me a better teacher while I was trying to make him a better reader. He is currently a freshman at Liberty Magnet High School. He is district leader in JROTC. He has a 4.6 GPA. He is on the tennis team. He aspires to be valedictorian and attend Howard University to study criminal justice. Jeremiah Campbell.
Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Congratulations on all your hard work, and this is a medal from the board and the superintendent to congratulate you for your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Now back to the regular board meeting. Item G1, board reports from board appointees to community agencies. Board is clear. We now move to item H1, consideration of a request for approval of the revised 2021-2022 school year calendar, funding source and cost projection CARES Act, approximately $20 million. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, President Tapman. I'll ask now for Adam Smith to come up and talk about the calendar. Mr. Smith has been working to lead through the work around the calendar for our system. Mr. Smith?
President Tapman, Vice President Collins, members of the board, Superintendent Narcisse, I stand here before you this evening to ask for consideration for the adoption of an amendment of the 2021-22 school year. Before I start with my presentation, I would just ask the listening audience and my friends that are sitting behind me, let's not allow perfect to get in the way of good. I will be the first one to admit that the current calendar that we adopted in March was not a perfect calendar. It was a good calendar. And what systems, LEAs, local education agencies try to do, they work in certain parameters to build out a calendar. First, BESI requires all local education agencies to adopt a calendar with a minimum of 63,720 instructional minutes. Also, what LEAs try to do is to build in a calendar where the state generally release their state assessment calendar to ensure that we cover the appropriate standards before statewide assessment. The second parameter that LEAs look at is their employees rather. We have two categories of employees, certified and classified. And generally when we build out the calendar, we look at our certified 9-month employees, which are 181-day employees. But the particular calendar that we're asking you to adopt this evening has 185 days for our teachers, 9-month employees, which they will be compensated for. And probably the most important parameter is community stakeholder. Over the past week, there has been 4 community forums, 2 in Mrs. Dyson's community, 1 in Mr. Lannis's community, and the last we had this week was in Mrs. Bernard community. The superintendent has held a principal advisory committee this week, a teacher advisory committee this week, a parent and a student, and a district-wide survey with over 7,000 responses. Now, I've been working on the calendar for the past 5 years, and never in my tenure have we had that much involvement with adopting a calendar. The calendar that we present to you today, I would just like to go over the color code. For the month, and I'm a little colorblind, so I'm going to use my notes. If you look at the month of July, you'll see from July 19th to the 23rd, that's the School Leadership Institute, highlighted in yellow. Anywhere where you see red is typically a professional in service with PD day for employees. Blue is recognized or denotes a start date for students. You'll see a new color on this map. I'll call it orange. Orange is our focus assessment window for our students, which we have 3 weeks for assessment for 3rd through high school. I would just like to highlight for you some of the changes or comparison from the previously adopted calendar and this current calendar that we're proposing to you this afternoon. The calendar that you adopted in March had 65,830 instructional minutes. The calendar that we're proposing to you have 67,375 minutes. The calendar that you adopted had 5 instructional days built into it. The calendar that we're proposing to you this evening has 9 instructional days built into it. As many of you guys are aware, it's very important that we try to build as much instructional time into our calendar because over the past 5 years I've been working with this calendar, we've had weather patterns that has forced us to shut down, close. So most districts, they will do their best to try to build as much instructional time into their calendars as possible. In the previous calendar that was adopted, there was no days allocated for the school leadership institution. This calendar, as I mentioned previously, has the leadership institution for a full week for school leaders and their staff through the week of July 19th through the 23rd. Also, you'll notice that in this current calendar that we are proposing, that we have proposed 7 professional development or in-service days for teachers. Probably most important, where we receive a lot of the feedback and concern, was the start time for teachers and students. In this particular calendar, the original start date for students was August 9th. We were able to push back a couple of days and start the year on August 11th for students to allow those 7 days for professional development for our teachers. Fall break, you'll notice that in the previous calendar we had 3 days for fall break. This current calendar that we're proposing, we have 2 days. We have to absorb one of those days in fall break to build in the extra instructional minutes. Also, you will notice that half days is missing from the proposed calendar. Now, it was sort of a mixed bag, and it was interesting listening to some of the students. Some of the students said the half days were pretty much a waste. I know that there has been some concern around allowing teachers opportunity to grade papers during those half days, during final exams or midterm exams, but I'm certain that our school building leaders can work around a schedule where you may have certain tests given on certain days where teachers will have the opportunity to grade those exams. Also, with our elementary students, I know there's normally been a day where we would have in to observe a parent conference day. Just as COVID has forced us to think out of the box, we have to leverage some of the technology, meet online with some of our parents, after school, phone calls, et cetera. So I'm certain that our principals will be working with our teachers to provide those days to where parents would need to come in to meet with students, with their teachers, and actually great teachers meet with parents, stay in contact with parents all year round. Spring break, as you would notice, in the previous calendars there were 6 days. In this current calendar there's 5 days. Spring break has been moved up the week. As I said in my opening, let's not let perfect get in the way of good. And because we did not have any professional release days, early release days in this current calendar, we did not want our teachers and students closing out the year on the same day, so we were able to extend 1 day for students to get the additional 9th day for instruction and to push teacher end date back 1 day, which is on the May 23rd, which teachers were originally ending on May 20th. Now, I know that there has been a lot of concern about the Smart Start and the 8 days. But the ultimate aim of the Smart Start, as I can appreciate, was to increase instructional time for our students. Whether there were gaps pre-COVID, post-COVID, there are gaps, the bottom line. The second aim was to embed job-embedded professional development, supporting not just our teachers, our cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, anyone who services kids in our school system. And you just heard from Lynn Williams about adding additional opportunities during the summer camps, athletic camps, to provide those services to our families and our community, to provide access. And so that was the arching aim of a Smart Start, not just the additional 8 days starting in July. I close out for any comments or questions. I'm sure the boards are lit up.
No, they're not, actually. I am the only one, but.
And I feel a storm brewing behind
That's
me.
okay. Speaking of storms, and I'm sorry, I was trying to follow along, and it's not
Yes,
a
sir.
complaint, but some of the print was small, and so
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions
Yes,
that you
sir.
may have answered, but I'd just like to delve into a little bit. Days for hurricane, we now talk about snow because we have ice days in Louisiana. Flood, those days are built in.
Those days are built in. We have 9, we would normally call them contingency days.
Okay,
But
contingency,
they're actually
that's right.
9 instructional days built into this particular calendar.
Okay. How many are those? Do you know offhand?
9 days.
9, okay.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that.
The previous calendar that we adopted only had 5 days.
Okay. So the other question I have is the original Smart Start plan had the kids coming back 2 weeks early, and it was 20 million, and now this plan's 20 million, and I guess maybe I'm asking you, it seems to me that it wouldn't cost as much, but that's a very uneducated way to
Yes.
ask the
So-
question, but can you talk through that?
So now, because we built in the days into the actual calendar when people report back, 20 million is now down to 0. So we are not going to spend additional dollars for those
Not exactly.
for those early days for the 28th, because if we had the entire staff come back on that July 28th, we'd be paying every single day additional as a school day, which costs a total of, Kelly? You could come to the mic, Kelly, I think, just so we can make sure.
Great question.
Actually, yeah, we can actually go through the document that was shared with the
I'm not asking I just wanted to kind of get a sense of it, that's all. It's not a
Yeah.
probing question, it's just, if you could hit it a little bit.
Sure, for the extra days that are built into the calendar, it'll be about $4.4 million.
Okay. Yeah, I think I saw that. I'm sorry, I've got a lot of stuff up here. Okay, so one of the conversations that was had is that previously, in previous years, teachers would get $25 a day for professional development, or did I dream that?
No, you did not dream that.
That's right.
Okay, so are we paying them now, this
They're going to
time?
be paid at their hourly rate for those
At
3
their-
additional days.
at
that
their
they work.
daily rate?
At their daily rate.
Daily rate, okay.
their daily rate.
All right. All right, so I think that's my financial questions. There may be more, so you may want to float. So first off, I love the PD piece. I'm married to a 33-year educator, and that she raves about that. So giving the teachers the tools that they need. One of the questions that I do have about it, and I want you to walk through with me, is I want to understand the equity piece in this plan. Because, and I'm not, this is not a speech, this is just, I want to understand it, but, clearly if you add 9 days, that's fine, but, how are we going to reach the students who most need to be reached? And I'm going to ask a couple of questions. You don't need to take notes because I have them written down. But so that's the first thing. And then, is there not a differentiation between professional development based on the students that they're teaching? I mean, you know, their particular situation or what have you. And you can walk me through this with me like I'm in middle school.
I'll start with the latter question. Yeah, there is professional development built in based off the needs of students, and really that professional development, what I conclude as job embedded, it really builds around what's happening at the school level. Majority of our schools, what we have professional learning communities, PLCs, data team meetings, and based off those meetings, that's where professional development at the school site really begins, based off the needs and how those kids are performing on teacher-made assessments, or what they call cognitive formative assessments. And the equity piece, for me, Mr. Tapman and Dr. Narcisse may differ, equity for me is extending time, quality time. And part of the equity piece is that we're extending instructional time to the day, but the professional development is really targeted around the needs of teachers. For example, even with the using technology, we were at a forum at Lee High School. I think Senator Bill Cassidy was there, and that was one of the things that the students asked, you know, is the professional development from some of our teachers around using technology. And the students noticed that right away, that some of their teachers were limited with using the technology. And so when you look at time plus its quality, and I look at the quality as the professional development that we're providing to our staff, I think that covers the equity gap. You can add time, but as long as it's not quality. When I was a former principal, I expected instruction bell to bell to maximize on every instructional minute of the day. And so the equity piece for me, and Dr. Narcisse may want to add on to that.
Yeah, I think exactly what Adam shared. The other part is the additional instruction days gives teachers time to think about how they think about their intervention for kids. And so there's a lot of different ways to do that. So because you give them more days to do that, they can spread that out. They could put more targeted class for children. But when you don't have enough time in the classroom to do that, you know, then you're packing the information for kids and you have limited time to do that work.
Okay, great. So in the conversation, we talked a lot about, it was important to me, but what about, I know there was discussion about wraparound services and things, so the teachers are teaching longer. What do we do for those most at-risk kids? How do we get them the sort of wraparound services that they need? Is that built into this piece, or is that something separate?
Yeah, our goal as we start doing work around our social emotional learning and trauma-informed practices is to have a system built in schools to be able to do that. So all of the load of children's challenges are not just on the teacher. And so what you're going to see also as a part of our investment is making sure we create systems around our social workers to work with teachers and students, support systems around how they should think about interventions through early warning indicators and those things. I mean, and a lot of, we have schools that do it, but they do it on their own without a pure system across the schools. And so that will help us to kind of work through with our partners that way.
Great. Is there any need for a request to Bessie relative to testing changes?
No, sir.
Okay. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you again, President Tapman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. It was excellent, spot on. And I won't be long, but I will say this. When you make a mistake, the most important thing you can do is own it and fight and work with the people that do the work in order to bring about that change. And my hat goes off to all of those educators that voiced their concerns. No matter how hot that meeting was last week, I understand it was long, and I apologize for that, and I'm pretty sure the board does also. It was about what happened as a result after that, and that's how we were able to do this. And my commitment is that we can continue to work together using that process moving forward. And thank you again, Mr. Superintendent, for hearing our community. Thank you, board, for hearing our community, for holding those town hall meetings, listening to our community's concern. I just only ask that we continue to do this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. It's been pointed out to me that we do not have a motion. Is there a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Goday? Ms. Vice President Collins.
I don't have any strong opposition or whatever. I just want some clarity. What is the usual number of professional development days in our usual calendar year?
Usually, under the previous administration, I was able to build in at least 4 days on the front end.
Okay.
What we learned for COVID, remember, we had 4 days built in, 3 or 4 days built in, but we were able to push back 2 days and take 2 days, and kids started 2 days late when we started back in August. So we were fortunate in the calendar that you adopted to build in 5 days. That was a first, but now because of the conversations around this particular calendar, we were able to go back and really look at what we could leverage as far as with early release days, fall break, to build in additional professional development days in the front end of the school year.
Okay.
And also save funding, I guess, as you just heard from Mrs. Lopez, a $20 million from $4 million.
My only concern, and it's not a huge concern, it just really requires clarity. It's my understanding that we've had district level PD and then school site level PD. It's always been a thing. And so then are we sucking up any school site level PD with this proposal?
Dr. Narcisse maybe can respond to that. I don't know if Dr. Robinson may want to come up, but I think when we talked about it, it'll be a shared approach. There will be some days that will be allocated for the district, provide district-wide PD, but also within the 7 days, there will be time for teachers to have site-based PD and to set up their classrooms within those 7 days.
But is that superintendent restricted to them honing down the district level PD? Is that allocated time just for that, or will a principal, if a principal sees a need, is there already time in the calendar that allows for that principal to pull in PD that he or she knows is specifically needed for their school site?
Yeah, I mean, so in the 7 days, the district will only have 3 of those 7. 4 of those days
Okay.
will go down to the schools. And then
Okay.
throughout the year, principals work with their faculty on, whether it's faculty meetings for development and those things. So our goal is to, as a matter of fact, even our current structure, teachers will actually start on their first day, not at the district, but actually at the school. And then from there, we will get 3 days with them, and then the rest of the time will be at the school with their principals. And we received that from the principal roundtable, where I meet with all the principals in the city. We spoke with the principal advisory in those groups.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure, I knew you had initially about 8 days of PD, from the original plan. And so then that was my only concern, that wasn't pushing out the other PD that is also equally needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I'm going to go to Attorney Shamlin because I think he has a point he wants to make.
Yes, sir. I want to make sure we have some clarification on the language of the motion. Be sure we're very specific, and I want to read it back to you. And I'm going to add some words to make sure we are specific about what we're adopting. Okay. Consideration. Yes.
Yeah, we might have to have Mr. Lannison here. So let's
stepped
let
out.
somebody else ask
Yeah,
some
that's fine.
questions, and then I'll tell you what. I think we can wait until we get to you on the queue, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Great, thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tadman. I just wanted to speak about the Student Advisory Council meeting and just encourage other board members, if you get an opportunity, to go to those meetings to hear directly from our kids. They provided some very insightful and very practical information around like the things and the issues that we as adults fight about all the time. Just to be really student focused and centered around the true mission of a school district. So I'll just encourage you folks to go out and see and hear from our students. They have a lot of insight to provide as it relates to the issues that we deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Godet.
Yes, thank you. And like some of the speakers before me, I'm glad that the community and teachers and other staff brought forth their comments, because I think we actually have ended up with a much better plan as we go forward. And, you know, it's not a mistake if you've learned something from it and come out better. So I view this as a process. I do, a couple of comments. One is, you know, we talk a lot about the social and emotional learning. And from some of the reading that I've been doing and some of the research and talking to particularly one school that it's a state school, but that has really put an effort into it. That person told me that it was the most substantial thing they had done in their school, that it improved academic performance more than anything else that they had done, but it took 3 years for it to show itself. And so I just want everyone to be aware that social and emotional learning is something that we need, restorative justice is something that we need, but don't expect results overnight. It takes people time to learn how to use it. It takes time for the effects of it to be shown. So I'm very glad that we're doing that, and I applaud the district, and I hope that all of our faculty and staff will embrace it. I do have a question on the professional development pay, because I got confused, and it's probably, I'm in the middle school section sitting alongside our president, but for the original calendar, had 5 PD days at the beginning of the year. Were the teachers only going to be paid $25 a day for those days?
No, just
They were
like
going to be full pay.
full
Okay,
pay.
I just want to,
Yes, sir.
I just want to understand that clearly. So as we go to the 7 days, they're getting paid for the whole 7 days. That was the only thing I really wanted to be clear about. It was not clear in my mind at all. Where do they get paid $25 a day for professional development?
It's an hourly rate based on if they do any professional development outside of the normal work day.
Oh, outside of the normal workday. Okay,
Yes.
I understand. Okay, because I kept hearing that and I kept getting confused as to where that was coming from.
Yeah, an hour, I'm sorry, $25 an hour outside the normal work day.
$25 an hour.
Yeah, not
Okay.
$25 a day.
I've heard people say $25 a day. That's why I was curious. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet, and board members don't qualify for that professional development fee, so.
Well, we may not be professional.
There
we might
you
be.
go. Middle school, here we come. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Just wanted to make a couple of comments about, you know, the benefits like Mr. Godet mentioned. You know, there's always a really good learning experience when you go through something like that. We got a chance to hear from our teachers and principals about things that they do in their classrooms that really, really work. And I really appreciated the feedback and hearing, you know, some of the passionate things that they're doing in the classroom, and also some things that they think that they're doing that's not so effective. You know, with all of the misunderstanding that took place around Smart Start, I found it really interesting that once people heard what the plan was and saw all the benefits, they were on board. You know, with surprisingly, you know, they really came on board with, except for the early starting in July initially. Everybody was upset about the July start and didn't see the benefits of the other things that were being offered. But once they were able to get a really good look at the plan, they were a whole lot more on board. And but surprisingly, I started getting emails telling me to do the Start Smart. You know, bring them back early. Yeah, that's the best thing to do. You know, so it was a whirlwind of an experience, but you know, I think most people know that I've been an advocate for a September start forever, around Labor Day when it's not as hot. But I wouldn't dare go there this year with all of the. I was just very happy to say we're back to August again, you know, so that people could really enjoy the summer and take some time to really do some things for themselves and get together again with their families now that COVID is lightening up some. We hope, but we don't know. And I don't want us to forget about the concerns around COVID and returning to the classroom, to making sure that our classrooms are clean and that the groups that are supposed to be cleaning are cleaning the way that they should, because it's nothing to play with. And but I do appreciate so much that that we've come to a better understanding and a better agreement. And but then of course I looked in the email and there's still still people that are, you can't please everybody. I understand that. So I'm just glad that the majority of the district seems to be happy. We don't have pitchforks and torches outside. So I just want to commend everybody for all the hard work that they've done. And Superintendent, I appreciate you taking to heart some of the things that I was attempting to express at the Committee of the Whole. And I'm just happy that, this has come to light, that we'll be starting, around the regular time. And then the kids get 2 more days on top of that. So, thank you very much. And I just want to say that I appreciate all of the email, all of the insight and comments, however hard it was, it's a growing experience. So thank you for your reconsideration, and thank you to the board for going through all of this alongside everybody else. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I almost forgot our students. Man, that was probably the most refreshing thing that we got a chance to see, was seeing students being involved in that process and hearing them voice their concerns around making sure that we make it a priority for our ESL students. That was one of the things that they talked about, making sure that we're talking about mental health counselors, not just for students, but also for our educators. That was a big thing. And the movements on the calendar around Easter, you would never think that students have, that level of understanding about the inner workings of how the school board does a lot of the things that we do, but they were right on it. And this is the only thing that I would offer to our board from all the concerns that we did here. When we talk about PDs and the students, and our teachers and our principals going to PDs, one thing I would like to offer is saying, can we construct a PD where we listen to our teachers and our parents and let them lead while we're only listening, so that we can be better at responding to their needs whenever concerns do come up? That would be my biggest offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Bernard.
That was kind of my line of thinking as well, Mr. Lannis. I was just wondering if we had any clarification on the providers for the PD at this time. I realize we are not voting on the providers in this motion, but do we know kind of what we intend with that?
I'll defer that to Superintendent Narcisse. The question, Dr. Narcisse, was have we identified the providers of the PD have we identified providers for PD?
I'm sorry, say that again. How do we?
Identify the people who are going to deliver.
Have we identified providers for the PD?
Oh, yes. Let me call up Ms. Board Member Bernard, Dr. Michael Robinson, and Dr. Barbara Lashley up, who can share some of the providers. A lot of the work that they talked about identifying was based on a lot of the data that they looked at on where our schools are having some challenges, and so I wanted to let them share that information.
So are we bringing in outside providers, or?
Well, there will be some outside providers.
Some outside?
Yes, ma'am.
We will have some peer developed as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And we also are taking the idea that we actually learned from a town hall, where we can be able to create mini grants for teachers to be able to, who are doing some good work, to be able to do that. I think we have to figure out what the mechanism of that would be, but I really.
Like an RFP process of some kind for?
Yeah, so we haven't fully figured it out, but we have been in a conversation figuring out for teachers who are doing some great work, what would that look like? And so I think we've been just trying to make some adjustments in that process.
Thank you. I really appreciate that very much. I think you're going to be surprised pleasantly. Thank you.
Do you still want to hear, or?
Well, we could just wait until we get to the approval for the providers when that comes up,
Yep,
if you
okay.
want.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Dr. Rogers,
you.
Dr. Lash.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Ms. Bernard. I guess let's go ahead and work the motion, if you will, Attorney Shamlin.
Thank you, President Tapman. I just want to make sure we're clear on the motion, and we did add some language to make sure that we know what we're adopting. It'll read consideration of, it'll read the motion to adopt the revised 2021-2022 school year calendar, further identified as option 1A. And that way people know exactly what we're voting on, what we're adopting, what was presented by Mr. Smith. And also, we need to make sure that the dollar amount reflected in the approval is accurate. So I want to make sure if Ms. Lopez could give us that dollar amount so that the minutes accurately reflect what it is we're approving and what's being paid for.
Ms. Lopez is on her way up. And the mover and the second will need to approve that, but go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
So for the calendar, which is a 92 fall, 93 day spring calendar, will cost approximately $4.4 million.
Mr. Lannis, Mr. Goday, are you okay with those changes? Okay, we move right ahead. Thank you, Attorney Shamlin, appreciate you.
So I do want to bring up, because there are additional days, there will be 3 additional 10-day check periods, because we will have to pay 3 additional days throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dyson.
I just am very grateful for the opportunity to have heard from so many teachers, parents, principals, students. So many people have been engaged in this process, and I felt very badly that we're in the middle of a very difficult time, and I'm sorry that we made that more difficult than we had to, but we did step back, and I appreciate all of the community that gave us so much information, and I appreciate the superintendent for agreeing to step back and listen, and then not only listen, but actually act on the opinions being shared. And a lot of times, people say that they're listening, and it doesn't affect change, and it doesn't always affect change. It may not at times, because there might just be a disagreement. But in this case, so many people had opinions and input and thoughts, and I appreciate that. There's been many, many times, I know specific to my area, that I can have a town meeting and hardly anyone shows up, except for a handful or 2 hands and central office staff. And so this was an opportunity to actually see the engagement of real people, and how much their opinions matter by the way we did step back, listen, and then have changed some course here. One of the things that I wanted that stand out to me is that teachers have been asked to do so much this year with trying to simultaneously teach virtually and in person. That was a huge ask that we made, and I recognize that, and I feel sure that our board and our superintendent recognize that. That was a monumental task, a heavy, heavy lift that we asked for our teachers, who were people too that were experiencing some of the effects of COVID directly or in their extended families. And so this has just been a challenging time, and I appreciate that a lot of hard work has gone into this year, and the pride that I've seen from teachers who are so thankful that their hard work in some cases, their hard work and the hard work of the students and parents is paying off. And they didn't have some of the losses that some had. And, you know, it's just been amazing to hear some of the personal stories of teachers and of students and of parents trying to manage it all. So one of the things about this calendar that I do like that was in the proposed calendar is the additional 2 days. So when we heard last week about the professional development and that it really was only going to encompass the centralized PD was going to really only encompass 3 to 3.5 of the days. I really like the fact that this brought back some time for the teachers to go back with their teams and at their site, their principals, to do PD that is specific to that school, to get their classrooms ready. So now we're paying them some days to help with getting their rooms ready. And I see cars all summer long in the parking lots at schools, and I know they're in there working on their classes and classrooms. And so I appreciate that we're paying them now some to do that. So overall, it's not a perfect calendar. There's things here and there. I know, you know, certain people don't like certain things, and I, as a parent, know that we really liked those half days in December and in May, once you have a middle schooler or a high schooler where they're trying to take midterms and finals. And I'm sure that we'll have a lot of children, students, checking out so that they can go home and have just uninterrupted study time. But maybe we can plan for quiet spaces in our, within a teacher there, and real study time after tests have been given during that December and May in a very controlled environment for our students. So I'm sure we can plan that somehow, site by site, what their students really need. So thank you so much for everyone's work on this.
Vice President Collins.
Okay, to General Counsel's point on the cost difference, and Ms. Lopez clarified that the salary and benefit portion is $4.4 million.
I would be remiss if I did not mention that this is based on the current salary schedule. You will do a new salary schedule in June when you approve the general fund budget, and so it may adjust slightly, but again, I would be remiss if I didn't mention.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear what I'm looking at because of the adjustments that we have made, listening to our constituents and hearing from our frontline professionals, our teachers. We went from a $20 million price tag to a $5.7 million price tag once you also include some of the proposed contractors.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how you like that? I think I appreciate a close to $15 million savings on the plan. I think you know, that sounds good to me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Goday.
Yeah, sorry to double dip, but Ms. Dyson reminded me of a couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, to our teachers, I know we have talked some about the learning gap that has occurred this year, and I want to make sure that all of our faculty and staff recognizes that what we're really referring to is the unusual circumstances that have occurred to us in this year with the unusual challenges that have happened. And in no way, shape, or form are we trying to say that the teachers and staff have not done a great job, because particularly when I look around the country and I look at schools like in Chicago and Los Angeles and New York that are not even back in the classrooms yet, our teachers and staff have done a tremendous job through this year. and the only reason we aren't in worse shape is because of the unbelievable job that they have done. So I just want to make that clear that no way anyone on this board is saying that anyone has done a bad job. I think quite the opposite. The job has been exemplary, and we really appreciate and thank you for all the time and efforts that you have put in that was above and beyond the normal. And also in going above and beyond the normal, I think it became apparent to all of us just how flat out exhausted everyone is, both emotionally and physically. And we heard you, we understand that, and so I'm happy that we can make these adjustments to give you some time to recharge your batteries and come back into this. And again, that exhaustion that you're seeing, like I said, both physically and mentally, comes from the effort that you guys have put into keeping our students as up to speed as possible can be given these unusual times. So for all of that, I want to give you my heartfelt thanks, and I think I can speak for the rest of the board. Thank you very, very much for a job well done, and we're trying to give you the tools and resources to even be able to do a better job next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Got to come back, because I forgot something as well. And this question may have been asked and answered, so forgive me, Dr. Narcisse. Did we need to adjust testing time in the spring to accommodate the calendar? The new calendar?
Yes, we did make an adjustment with the window. So we moved the adjustment down to the end of the year. Are you talking about the leap, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, so.
Yeah, I think
Adam?
Board member Ms. Jackson's asked, do we need to request Bessie to move the, no, we didn't need to adjust any windows. We're still following the same state window. We've just kind of focused it to where we'll allow 3 weeks, and we'll have 4 days for schools to make transitions between spring break, when you look at the calendar, and then we'll go into assessment testing right after that. So we don't have to ask Bessie to do anything for us with
Okay, good.
state assessment.
That's good, but I do want to thank them though, because they were willing, to come to that for us and help us with that as well. And that's like that's like close to historical, when you think about the past relationship strains that we've had. Things are getting so much better, and so I really appreciate them being willing to do that. So I really want to express my appreciation to the local Bessie board members and Superintendent Brumley for standing by basically if we needed them. So thank you guys. And we don't realize how important that calendar is to not only parents, teachers, and students, but also community organizations use this calendar as they're planning. They're looking out, waiting for it, and they get it, and they start devising plans, because a lot of them work with our kids as well, and they start looking at their calendar for the year too. So we don't realize how important that is. One other thing about teacher supplies for classrooms, do we have any funds budgeted inside our Smart Start for classroom supplies for teachers the beginning of the year?
Yeah, we currently right now, teachers get $25 an hour. $25 per student in their MOI.
Materials of instruction, yes, sir.
Yes, but we will be actually providing teachers with additional dollars, which we are still working on, so they can not have to spend money out of their own pocket, so they can purchase any additional thing that they need. Our goal is to hopefully get that by. We're
going to work on it in July. We are to get that to them. We're working with school aides to find out the best opportunity to do this, as well as to obtain all the itemized invoices. But since it is a federal grant, we have to stay in compliance. So we're working out the details now.
Great, that's really good news, because for so long they've been having to come out of pocket, and that's an expense they shouldn't have. to incur. So thank you so much, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Bernard?
I just wanted to clarify that the funding source for the additional days in the calendar is from ESSER 3. Is that in the motion? And should we put that in the motion, Mr. Chamlin? And also that we're approving a calendar. We're not approving the Smart Start plan. All these other allocations will have to come before the board at another time. So this is the approval of the calendar. The motion is to approve the calendar. And I think with that, we're approving the additional approximately 4.4 million for the additional days for the educators.
That's correct. I want to make sure, did you have a question in the beginning? Should we?
Does it need to be in the motion that it's the source of the funding is ESSER 3?
It'll be reflected in the minutes. Every item that we adopt, there's a reflection of cost and source, funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. That was my question. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Lannis?
Yes, sir. Just real quick. Have we thought about how we're going to repurpose the dollars that we're saving? Have we thought about how we could reincorporate this back inside of the classroom? Just curious.
Yeah, we've begun thinking about that. A couple of things. One is we've been thinking about how we can probably put more investment in social workers and some of the places around the social emotional learning. Okay. We're also thinking about what that would look like around additional nurses. As you know, we don't have sufficient amount of nurses. And we're also thinking about as Board Member Bernard in her panel, they talked about, mini grants for teachers to do professional development. So we're thinking about shifting some of those dollars in that particular way. But we're still working through that because now that we have those additional dollars. The other component is differentiating between one-time costs and continuing costs. And so we're working through all those options now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Dyson?
So typically that $25 per student for supplies, materials, classroom items, that typically goes to the school fund. And it doesn't always, I think that at different schools it's handled differently. I'm not sure that in every school, each classroom teacher has the ability to spend those funds in their particular classroom. And so we might need to talk about how to make sure that flow through actually happens, and then maybe set some perimeters as to, potential qualifying items and that kind of thing.
We actually do that
We-
right now. What they do is the schools actually provide what they would like to purchasing, and the purchasing department basically orders the whole MOI for the entire district. And then in July, those vendors start delivering those items to the schools.
But I don't know that it trickles down to the classroom teacher saying, I need this in my
Yeah.
classroom.
So I'm just going to step in here. We're on the calendar, so I'd really like to try to stay on the calendar if we can.
Well, somehow we started to discuss.
You're right, and I'm wrong for letting it flow, but I'm stepping in now.
Okay, I'd
If
like
you have-
another opportunity during this meeting to get, because the superintendent was trying to give some feedback on that.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
Yeah, we will have a mechanism to do that, Ms. Dyson. We're going to work through that. When we get the additional dollars, it will get down to teachers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, we now go to the audience for comments. Any comments from the audience?
You know I love you, right?
Sorry.
I'm Storm Matthews. Don Collins is my school board member. I want to start off, I read a really good quote by Dr. Narcisse. It was in The Advocate. Tremendous opportunity not Tremendous opportunity is not only a return to normalcy, but a chance to accelerate student learning and set Baton Rouge on a path to greater and more equitable student outcomes than ever before achieved. That's an amazing quote. It's not what this plan does. It's a wonderful quote. I like that. I like that quote. I would give you points for that quote. I'll start with the pros of this plan. Knowing that we get the PD days for our principals back, that's a really good thing, because there are things that we have to do at the school level, like talk about all those wonderful policies that Mr. Shamlin writes that keep us legal so that we don't commit sexual harassment or break laws or anything like that. We have to do those every single year. We have to go through all of those policies and make sure that we are in code, and go through what our schedules are going to be, where our duty is, where we're supposed to stand so that we can keep our eye on children. And it takes the principals a couple of days to get through the handbook and get through all of that. So I am glad to see that. I know not all teachers will agree with me about the 7 days, but I was happy to see that at the beginning of the year. I said this to you at Ms. Bernard's town hall. Teachers start with an objective. I know that you're not a career educator, but teachers start with an objective. We plan backwards. We do this to ensure the goal is attained. Instead, all you care about is, did you get your 8 days? Yes, you got your 8 days. I'm glad you attained your goal. But however, my goal is that my students, I bring them up, or if they're high, I push them higher. That young man that I introduced to you, when I got him, he read on like an 11th grade level. He is now at a collegiate level. I pushed him to read over 1,000 AR points in 1 year. I pushed him further than he's ever been pushed in his life. And he doesn't read like that now that he's left me, but I pushed him. So I say that to say, you were given options on how to do a tiered curriculum that would actually help with our losses and push our high kids higher. But instead, you got your 8 days. I hope your ego is satisfied. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
So, good afternoon. My name is Miranda Moncrief. I am both an educator and I am a parent. I have 2 sons who are students in EBR. I do appreciate the district listening to the community and the concerns that were raised. There are many things about the new calendar that I do appreciate. As a parent, I like the start dates, I like the end dates. And I also appreciate all of the work that is going in to try to make sure that we have those services, to try to make sure that we're servicing all of our children, like possibly doing the scholarships for those students who want to participate in the athletic programs for this summer. One of the things that I wanted to point out is that the voices that most often are heard are the ones from people who have the means to be present at this meeting. Parents from working class and lower income families don't have the same access. As a teacher and mother of 3, while I wanted to be able to give comment last week, I couldn't stay to provide my comments. I had children to pick up from daycare and homework to do with my kids. I know I can't be the only parent with this experience in the district. I want to encourage the board to make sure that they make themselves and these meetings more accessible to all parents. Last week's meeting was dominated mostly by white, middle-class female teachers and some parents. There were very few parents and even teachers of color present, and it isn't because we don't care. Students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds deserve to have access to the same types of enhancing experiences over the summer and during school as their middle and upper-class counterparts. While some students come from families that can afford to take them on vacations that help broaden their understanding of the world, that is not the case for the majority of the students who attend schools in this district. With that being said, I do fully support the calendar change in focusing on a stronger 180 days for students, but I still believe that it's important to make sure that we are still making sure that we service all of the students in our district and giving them access to those summer enrichment programs that give them access to a strong start. And my last thing, additionally, I understand the stress that teachers and students have felt, because I feel a whole different kind of tired this year. And the last thing is I appreciated that survey that you all sent out on Tuesday to get community feedback, but I would push to make sure that we get more than 24 hours to complete that survey so that you can hear from all of the people in your district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moncrief.
Good evening. My name is Valencia Johnson with the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. I want to commend you on listening to the voices of the district, the voices of the community, the voices of the staff, and the voices of the students, and reflecting on your change and reflecting on the calendar that you had and making changes that were relevant to servicing our students. Also, I want to thank you for making the changes that we really needed. And I heard the superintendent say that the money that we saved, that we're going to use that for more social, emotional learning, which was already included in the plan that he had. So why not use that, that money to give back to the teachers? Increase the stipend. You have 3 years to spend this money. Use it for a stipend for the teachers next year and the staff. You have all of this time to spend this money. Let's be wise stewards over it. And I heard the board members talk about how hard the teachers work. Well, let's show them that we really appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Hi, my name is Hannah Birchman. I have 6 kids in EBR. I do appreciate the survey that went out earlier this week. I think it did indicate a willingness to hear from the community. However, I felt the survey was lacking in content. As I was going through and answering the questions, I didn't know what I was agreeing to, what I was giving up, and what needed to be compromised. So survey was a great idea, and I love how sounded like unprecedented responses from the community, which is great. But I think if we do a survey like that again, parents and community members need to know the implications of the choices. Because I was thinking, oh, I like a Wednesday start date, so let me choose August 11th. And then after the fact, I learned from the teachers what that means. It means maybe spring break is changed, or there's no half days, or those kind of things. It felt like the survey was used kind of to manipulate to get the data you wanted. The other thing I wanted to say is if it took community engagement, like we've had in the last few weeks, to see that our teachers are tired, you all need to pay better attention to our teachers. The other thing is this new proposed calendar. I don't see half days built in for parent-teacher conferences that I understand our elementary school teachers are mandated to have. So where does that happen? And if it's happening after school, are we compensating our teachers for that? And speaking to what one of the parents said, what about the parents who don't have access? So I think we need to be thinking about that. And then I appreciate, Mr. Lannis, how you brought up that the budget now, we're saving about $16 million. What are we going to do with it? Social workers, smaller classroom sizes. I hope it's not another new curriculum. I hope we're really listening to our educators for what they think is best and is going to serve their kids. And if we gather the data, where's the greatest need? That's where we should be funneling in our money. That's where we should be having smaller class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birchman.
Hi, I'm Colleen Kissel. This is Ethan. He's in pre-K4 with you guys. I think for this calendar, I'm sure you've gotten plenty of emails from teachers, and I would urge you to stick with the teachers when voting for this plan or not. They're the ones who have to work through it, and we'll just show up. I would like to talk about last meeting's discussion of this item. I had a conversation that it sounds like the shareholders here in Baton Rouge want to change, but when you come up with a plan, we'll say not that change. And we'll do, as you said, pitchforks and torches at these meetings. That's not the case. We do want change in this district. We want this district to work for everyone, but we want a say in it. We want our teachers to have a say in it. We don't want a top-down leadership saying, we're doing this, so deal with it plan. Again, a plan, not a slideshow with acronyms and acrostics. A plan that actually we know what the PD is going to be and who's going to administer it. A plan that we know on this day we're doing this, not just an acronym. In terms of the last commenter's access to meetings point, could you please start reading the online comments? That would help eliminate some barrier to this, so that people who can't come to this meeting, who can't take time off or find a sitter for their kids at the last minute, can actually have a say to you guys, and that you can hear them out loud, because I don't know how many of you are reading them online. And then I know there's been talk about the difficulties we face, and that's why we're changing the calendar. Let's name it for what it is. It is a global pandemic, and it is global, and everyone is going through it, right? Pandemic, not just the difficulties or these trying times. Everyone's district is going through this, so we're not that far behind, guys. And then if we could keep up the public events of this last week. The Monday one I heard was very effective and productive. If we could keep those up, that would be great. Thank you so much. Let's make this one shorter so that I can get my kids home for bedtime.
Thank you, Ms. Kissel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sierra Hart. I am the Director of Organizing and Strategy for the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. I first off want to thank the board members who for the past couple of years have made it a priority to engage the community, not just when things are hot, but really all of the time. Your efforts are appreciated. My comments tonight are to those board members to also get on board and everyone collectively make community engagement a priority. So thank you to those who have, and in the past few weeks have also made it a priority to listen to the community, not just some of the time, but all of the time. Last week, the community pushed for increased involvement, and several board members did decide to step up and hold town hall meetings in response. As a member of District 8, I had the pleasure of attending Board Member Bernard's meeting, and what was apparent is that there is a need to consistently engage our parents, our students, and our teachers. Frustrations boil over when communities are silenced and community members are not feeling heard. I encourage you to continue, community members, I encourage you to continue speaking truth to power. Board members, hold high the torch of leadership and do what your constituents elected you to do, which is to lead. Parents should not have to jump through 1,000 hoops to have access to information and services concerning their children. Please create spaces that allow for community members to engage in a way that is intentional and effective. It is imperative that this momentum continue into the fall. I encourage board members to make community engagement a priority, not just some of the time, but all of the time. Not just when things are contentious, but when things are right and community needs to be heard. SITE supports increasing resources and dollars to those closest to kids. A common theme is to treat our educators as experts, allocating dollars to supporting teachers, increasing professional development that is specified and engaging for teachers, and ensuring that the community works in tandem with you at the table. All of these necessary steps help us filter into a shared accountability, which is the goal to have an equitable school district. High quality education filters into an opportunity for all our students to be able to succeed. Let's continue to work collectively to build power within our families and school systems so they know and do not have to question if their voice is valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart.
Good evening, Jennifer Harding, parent of a fifth grader in District 5, Mr. Ware Jackson's district. So I wish that I was coming up here to say that I fully understand what's happening. I feel like we're voting on a calendar that has nested 8 days into a school year. I still am not really quite sure why. Mr. Tatman, I really appreciated you kind of pushing for some of that, more information about the plan, because I don't feel like that's been really put out there for us to digest yet. I looked at the website before I came here, and I saw the slideshow from yesterday. But now that I'm here, I'm actually seeing like the calendar. I didn't know where to find that information. I appreciate the survey that went out, but the only reason I knew about it is because somebody sent me a screenshot of a text they got. That's the only way I found out about it. So not everybody in the district was even sent out that survey. I think it's really encouraging, and I was really super excited to see the parent committees meeting and the teacher committees meeting. I would love to know how you get on a parent committee, because I'm a person who likes to be engaged, and I would certainly volunteer my time at one of those. So I hope that we can just continue to create more of these spaces where we can be partners with you in this process. But I still think that we are suffering from a lack of information and details. I don't know how we're measuring learning loss. I don't know how we're measuring success. I don't know where I could find that information if I wanted to. It sounds like we're saving some money. That's great, but there's no budget for this CARES Act money that I have seen. I just found out listening to one of the other commenters that we have 3 years to spend this money. That's news to me. I think that you just really need to hear us when we're saying that we want more information. We want to be a part of this process. In fact, we demand to be a part of this process going forward. And so we don't have to stay here till 2 in the morning. Let's do better so you don't have to endure all these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harding.
My name is Haley Nassif. I wear a lot of stakeholder hats, but I'm here right now as a teacher. I wasn't planning to speak, so I don't have a polished speech. I just wanted to speak to something that I see as being a problem in the proposed calendar, and that is that there are no conference days built into it, and there in fact were no conference days in any of the 4 options presented for us to review before doing this survey. The survey also did not have anywhere for us to put any type of comments or feedback. So as teachers, we were unable to provide that information to you. I'm not sure if you're aware, because you are not educators, that we are required to do 2 conferences a year per student. And so as a first grade teacher, I have 26 students. And I have to do 26 in the fall and 26 in the spring. I spend about 20 minutes per conference, although if your child is struggling, I'm going to spend more. And as a teacher, because I really care about my students, I'm going to spend as much time as you need. That said, it's unfair to ask me to do that on my own time, unpaid, because that equates to 26 conferences at 20 minutes is a full work day. And I do have lesson plans that I write and papers that I grade and children that I raise. I only have a 30-minute prep a day. So in order to do those conferences in the fall, I would have to take an entire month's worth of prep, during which time I didn't grade anything, I didn't create an assessment, I didn't analyze any student data, I didn't write a lesson plan. Just to do those conferences, and that assumes that parents can meet with me at 10:15. Well, they're at work. And so if they can't, there's no other time. I think it's an unreasonable expectation of teachers and of parents that conferences will not be done on a designated conference day. And so I would ask that you consider that, and that perhaps somebody make a motion to add conference days, or to say, let's go back and address this issue before we pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nasser.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Amoroso. I am a parent of 2 EBR students and a proud graduate of our school system. I too am thankful for the community survey. However, when I was answering the questions, I felt like I was making decisions without the requisite information to make an informed decision. I would have made a different choice had I known there would be a dangling Monday as a result. I hope that an important lesson was learned in this process regarding communication. Communication includes both receiving information as well as giving information. My board member did not hold a town hall to invite engagement from his constituents. I hope that the communication you are receiving now is that we want to be partners in our children's education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amoroso.
Good evening. My name is Maria Harmon. I'm with a group called Step Up Louisiana. I'm also a constituent in Geodyson's district. And I was just coming up to let you guys know that I'm not sure if this is a solid plan to go forward with as far as the practicality, the structure of the days. Because I'm listening to the public comments before I came up, specifically from teachers. And it's just really concerning to hear that the structure of the days will impede on their preparation to show up as their best selves for our children. I'm just being honest with y'all, just coming from a realistic perspective. And I'm not saying that we don't need a smart plan, we do. And I'd also heard that we have 3 years to spend this money. At a town hall I was at the other day, I expressed to Dr. Cito Narcisse and also to School Board Member Connie Bernard that we actually need 2 to 3 years to fully get our kids up to par. So please, as a constituent and a voter and a taxpayer of this parish, I ask that you please consider the most amicable way to utilize this money over the next 3 years. Because we already have an achievement gap. The achievement gap has widened, and we're trusting in y'all to be wise stewards of our tax dollars. And we don't have to spend it abruptly. Let's look at this in a solid plan for the next 3 years because our children are dependent on us. And we have to be committed to their progression academically. We're ranked nationally at the bottom, and then East Baton Rouge Parish is already ranked low in the state. And this is an opportunity to really think through and be innovative and see what partnerships look like to fill in gaps. And what does support really look like for our educators and educational staff. So thank you, and please rethink some amicable days on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon.
Good evening, President Tatman, Madam Vice President Collins, Dr. Cito Narcisse. I'm going to be really short. I just ask you to please just not vote on this. Just go back to the regular calendar, the one that you guys have already approved. Y'all are patting yourselves on the back for doing a great job of getting all of this input, but I don't see where you've actually come to a good decision here. So please just don't pass this. Let us have our regular calendar, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
How y'all doing tonight? Can you start my time over, please? Because that's her time. Thank you. How you doing tonight, Board President and all the rest of the board members? I think that this is a grave disservice to our children. We have wasted time and money by having a survey, town hall meetings, all for a calendar that our board had already approved. We could have been using this time to do much more beneficial things, such as ensuring our children with disabilities can actually have their achievement gaps closed, socioeconomic disadvantaged children receiving proper and adequate resources, English language learners actually having their needs met, etc. We could have even brought our school buildings into ADA compliance with some of the time that we have taken out. But instead, we have wasted time on foolishness. And I'm calling it foolishness because we're using the CARES Act money for something that we would not be able to do the following year. $20 million can go a long way. $20 million can give each school what they need? Have we taken the time out to look at a sustainable community school model? Each and every last one of you have a problem in your school district. Each and every last one of you are supposed to represent constituents like me. Each and every last one of you have heard your people's voices. And every last person has said that we wanted the calendar that was originally approved. The survey did not give us an option to say we wanted that original calendar. That's what we want. Children need that break, but children also need the education. Staff members need that break, but staff members also want to educate. I'm not saying that not one person wants to do their job. After all, our staff is dedicated to our children and working and not getting paid the actual amount of money they should. That's commitment. That's commitment that we have asked for time and time again, and we keep breaking their backs. Let's give them the original calendar. Unless, of course, y'all want to be in court paying for people vacations. Or unless you want to commit more federal problems, such as not abiding by the IEPs. So I ask you, I strongly encourage you to please do what's right and stand with your original decision, which was the original calendar. Thank you so much, and Mr. Landis, Northeast, would love to see you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Seeing no other comments from the audience, we come back to the board. Ms. Collins, Vice President Collins.
I just wanted to first lift up and agree with one of the concerns about a substantive plan based on data. I appreciate that the superintendent and team has worked hard on providing the estimated budget with the line item amounts. But what I also look forward to is, as many have stated, what's the current state of our children based on the current state of our children, not a global approach, but based on the current state of our kids, then we need to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z to address that. And so that when these contracts are proposed, then as a board member, when it's time to vote yea or nay on a particular contract, then I know that, okay, yeah, I can vote for this contract because I know that it's going to address A, B, C, X, Y, Z need of our kids. So I want to lift that up, even though the current item is the calendar itself and not the actual plan. And also mention and point out that this item is the calendar, not the actual plan, though information about proposed contracts and the plan have been presented. Yes. Okay. The question I have is, how will we make sure we accommodate our teachers who have to provide parent-teacher conferences? I also did not realize that the survey did not include as an option the original calendar that has already been approved, which puts things in a different context overall. But on the parent-teacher conferences, is Adam in the room, since he's the one that's most familiar with adjusting calendars? Do you happen to, since the point was raised, it's a lot of moving pieces, it's a point that appears to have been overlooked now that it's been raised.
Yeah,
Are there any thoughts to how to rectify that?
Well, the young lady who came the teacher. I'm sure she's an excellent teacher, and she mentioned that she meets with all of her first grade students. But I think policy really only requires for you to have a mandatory parent conference with those students that are in jeopardy of failing. Some principals may require more throughout the year, but I do know that the first 9 weeks, correct, the first 9 weeks for those students, especially elementary students who are in jeopardy of failing, that there is a mandatory parent-teacher conference. So, as I mentioned in the presentation, we would hope that, principals provide those opportunities where teachers can meet with parents throughout the day or leverage the technology for those parents who have access. Now, remember, we are one-to-one. We do provide, hotspots for those families who may need the internet connection. I'm sure that Chromebooks, we purchase Chromebooks from pre-K through 12, and so if any parents that are in a need, I'm sure we still have those mobile devices still available. I'm looking the wrong way. Where's Amy? We still have hotspots? And so those are some of the ways that we can possibly leverage those early release days for those students those teachers who may need to meet with their parents based off those students who may be in jeopardy of failing the first 9 weeks.
I don't know that necessarily accommodates and rectifies the issue. And then two, I'm not sure, I'm just thinking about when my boys were in school. I'm thinking about my grandson. I didn't wait until they were failing to meet with a teacher.
I
And
agree.
a lot of the teachers didn't wait until they were failing. I know the policy, but certainly, though I have no research at my fingertips, I'm quite sure best practices say
Best practices is that you will be continuously meeting with parents, be in contact with parents throughout the year.
teacher.
The teacher, exactly.
more
Whether-
so than a parent liaison,
And
a
the best,
teacher.
yeah, and the best contact are those positive contacts, saying that the student is doing well.
I mean, is there a way to, being someone that's very experienced with the ins and outs of a calendar and creation of a calendar, is there a way to pass this particular calendar, but, and also having been a principal, et cetera, and dealing with the needs of teachers, is there a way to pass this calendar and still accommodate healthy parent-teacher contact in the day-to-day operations of the school?
Well, if the ask is, are you asking to incorporate early release days? If that is done, of course, that would take away from the additional instructional time that we committed. Now, the question is if there's a way to incorporate healthy parent-teacher communication or contact within passing this calendar, yes. I'm quite sure, there are teachers throughout the parish that are doing it regardless of the calendar that we had in place, because essentially I would expect that teachers are in communication with their parents now, even though we have exhausted all of our instructional days now. Because of COVID, we pushed the calendar back and for those weather days. So I would assume that teachers are communicating with their parents.
In the current calendar, the changes to the current calendar, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The 2020 through 21 school calendar that we are currently in has had changes from COVID, yada, yada, yada. But do those changes still allow, did those changes still allow time in the day? Because even if we talking about maximizing and leveraging technology, which I think is an excellent idea, and in some ways saves time, I also understand how much time it takes to respond to emails and phone calls and catching up with people.
I think because of COVID, Vice President Collins, schools and teachers are probably in any other year, more in contact with parents because kids are virtual. So I would imagine that that communication gap has been closed because of COVID. I know that many of our schools are working with child welfare and attendance to make certain that for those students who are not logging in virtually, but I would suspect that schools are more in contact with parents this year than any other within this current calendar. And as I mentioned, you know, we don't have any, we have exhausted all of our instructional days because of inclement weather and those things, but I would imagine that teachers are being creative with making contacts with their parents. Now, with the passing of this calendar, there is ways that schools could, and teachers as well, could be in contact with their parents, as I mentioned. You know, if I go back and think if I was a building level principals, I would create time spaces where, you know, for those parents, teachers who have opportunities to actually meet with their teachers. I know even with IDEA, with IEPs and things of that nature, and getting important documents signed, there are things, creative ways that departments and schools have been working with with our parents.
Okay.
I don't know if that totally answers your question, but
I mean,
essentially,
it answers it to the best.
and it's not going to be, I would honestly say it's not going to be possibly normed across the district, because I would say that depending on what staffing looks like, what ancillary time, you know, secondary is a little bit different than elementary. You know, for most schools that are on a 90-minute planning, you have that 90-minute time to plan. And for when I was a principal, I didn't have teachers planning every single day. There was time that I allotted for a day a week, 2 days a week with teachers that would meet in their planning periods along with their PLCs, but the other time was individual planning. And so I'm confident that our building level administrators, especially at the elementary schools, will kind of work through that.
Okay. And I know just from personal experience, many moons ago, being a sub, some school sites are not built to accommodate regular planning time, because I remember, I don't remember the name of the school or the principal who was there at the time, but one substitute situation was extremely enlightening, because I literally had no time to even go to the bathroom.
Well, I'll just share one of the things that, you know, I'm just speaking, putting on my principal hat. With my Title I funds, Ms. Vice President Collins, I purchased subs throughout the year.
To help alleviate
It's only $60, $80 a day. I had a sub throughout the entire year that was able to support teachers, or if I had professional development, things of that nature. So I kind of use some of my funding in that way.
Okay. And that brings me to my last thought for the moment. I just want to raise up there what I would like to see moving forward. It's not only just the data, but bottom up instead of top-down supports of these schools when we're talking about CARES Act funds and future planning. Like, what supports do we need to give principals and teachers on each school site? Like, perhaps that last recommendation of that substitute to help alleviate and give teachers time is a great solution, and I don't have to worry about, Lord, I'm passing this calendar because people spent all this time, but then I'm still putting teachers under a bind. But it appears, and superintendent, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I've not seen your full plan. That's why I'm making comment right now. It appears at the moment that everything is top down and not addressing needs that are specific to school sites. And if we can make sure that we are being mindful of those things as we move forward with our CARES Act and ESSER dollars, that would be so greatly appreciated. The interventions that's needed for the low performing students, which would also help address equity, et cetera, et cetera. I look forward to seeing more of CARES Act and ESSER proposals from you, Superintendent, and I respectfully offer that insight, that if we could see that type of thing as well, based on school site needs, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Vice President Collins, and she she asked my question. So, Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. Yeah, my last concern is around budget, and that doesn't pertain to this particular calendar, but the calendar is, all this is tied to CARES Act and all of the funding, and we've been getting lots of requests for the actual budget that follows along with the CARES Act. So I wanted to ask specifically if, when can we expect the budget presented that's tied to the CARES Act and all of the other funding that we'll be using this year?
Kelly Lopez come up, our Chief Financial Officer, and Dr. Bethley, Director of Federal Programs.
Okay, the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 budget will be completed next week. It's due to the State Department on April 30th, and you will receive it at the Committee of the Whole for your approval.
Great, thank you. That's pretty near. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
Ms. Lopez, so I have a question. So we talked about when we're talking about the budget and the calendar, and if we change to this new version.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the reduced total dollars. My question, I think I understood that you said that there would be 3 salary periods that would increase to 10-day.
Correct.
Can you explain that? Because
Sure.
I'm getting feedback that they're going to take away the half days and they're going to make us work these 8 days when the old one paid us and this one doesn't pay us any extra. But I thought I understood you to say still going to be paid at the regular rate in their schedule.
Absolutely. So teachers, the way the payroll schedule works, are paid 9 days at a time.
Okay.
And so in a normal calendar year, they receive 2 10-day checks, one in August and one in January. Now, with this new budget, the new calendar, it's 92 and 93 days, fall and spring. As you know, our normal calendar is 91, 91. So you have 3 extra days. So since they're working 3 extra days intermittently throughout the year, the fall holiday in May and in Easter, there will be additional days to pay, which will cause 3 additional 10-day checks. And they're not receiving 10 days of pay. It's because it's an extra day added to their normal check. So instead of 2 10-day checks per year, they will receive 5 this year.
So they are being paid
Absolutely.
for the additional days that are built in instead of only at the front end. Now they're built in, but there will be extra pay because of that.
Yes, ma'am, and we're working out the dates right now of when they would receive them and put them into the payroll schedule.
Okay. Thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Board Member Bernard.
I have another question. It's about the teacher-parent conferences. Revised Statute 17, Section 406.7, teacher-parent conferences, required attendance, consequences, universal citation. Louisiana Revised Statutes 17, 406.7. Parent-teacher conferences, let's see, A1, a teacher shall schedule at least 2 parent-teacher conferences during the first semester each school year. At least one parent or guardian of the child shall attend or participate in at least one of the scheduled parent-teacher conferences. Section 2, a teacher may not require a parent or guardian to attend a conference if the conference is deemed to be unnecessary due to the student's academic record. And my question is, now that we've taken the half-days, how do we schedule those in? Because I guess they just have their planning period is the only opportunity. Like this is a very real concern that I've had since the beginning.
Yes, that may be an option that some principals may choose to elect, using a scheduling time around the planning periods for those parent-teacher conferences. That may be one option.
So are they going to hire a sub for them if the parent cannot come at, like the teacher said, 10:15 during her planning period?
Hire a sub?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to be in the classroom with the students if the teacher cannot do it, if the parent cannot make it during her planning period. If that's the only time, I would think that he or she would need to allot some other time during the day. We don't expect them to do it on Saturdays and.
Yeah, and that happens during the normal year when we do have early release days where we have to work around sometimes parent schedules. I've done it as well. If I had a parent that showed up who could only meet at a certain time, I would find some type of coverage to allow that parent to meet with that teacher. And so it's not unusual that school building level principals are very flexible with how they accommodate parents with those conferences. That happens quite often.
I just thought that's what the half-days were for. Okay, well, I'm satisfied, I guess. There's nothing else that we can do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
That's it. Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Lannis? You good? Okay. The board is clear. We need to restate the motion since it's been such a long time.
And I have a question. Mr. Gode made the motion, Mr. Lannis second? Or
Mr. Lannis?
Okay.
The motion is to approve the revised 2021-2022 school year calendar, further identified as option 1A. Funding source, cost projection, CARES Act, approximately $4.4 million.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. I'm waiting on two.
You can roll call if you like.
Or Mr. Lannis, you can't get in?
It's just roll call.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
I'm gonna have to go nay. I'm not satisfied with the parent-teacher conference.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Nay.
District 9, President Tatman.
Yay. The item passes. We move now to item H2, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation for the modifications to the attendance zones for the reopening of the Crestworth Middle School site with the start of the 2021-2022 school year and related matters. Are you up? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Howard? No. Okay. Let's see, who's I'm sorry, you're motioning. I'm really bad. Moved by Mr. Howard, seconded by Mr. Lannis. We have somebody that's going to come up and talk about this. Dr. Narcisse. Someone going to come talk about the Crestworth Middle attendance lines. I guess I should see.
Yes, Mr. Smith, can you please come up? And Mr. Nikase.
Good evening, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, members of the board, Superintendent Narcisse. As you guys are aware that in February of 2018, the board voted and the community adopted a 10-year tax plan. Year 2 of that tax plan required defines additional middle school seats in the northern part of the district, the Scotlandville area. We could either expand, renovate, or expand a facility. Crestworth Middle was given back to us from the RSD, and it was decided, we have a project that's already started for renovation. It was decided that we would turn the Crestworth site into a K-8 model. Currently, we've had, I think it was in maybe October, we had community meetings with all 3 schools, Progress, Ryan, and Crestworth. Overwhelmingly, the community said that they would agree to send their kids, their middle school students, to a neighborhood middle school. And so what this item allows us to mirror the Scotlandville High School attendance zone for grades 6 through 8.
Okay, I don't see any questions from the board. Vice President Collins.
Just provide some clarity on the procedurally where we are on the grade configuration. I know the tax plan said middle school. As we looked at it, there's been discussion around a K-8. I'm not opposed. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the procedural posture.
Well, essentially, the Crestworth Elementary, it won't require a site code. The school would naturally become what we call a combo school, sort of like what we have at Belfair and Mayfair Lab. It'll naturally grow into a combo school, which it will remain an elementary site. The plans are at the start of next school year. I think the substantial completion date was pushed up maybe to July, but I think with the start of this calendar, we can look at early August with moving the elementary students, which is adjacent property, into the middle school renovated site. And so basically, it just requires the superintendent to fill out a request for a grade configuration, because currently, right now, the school is configured with the state as a pre-K or through 5, and it would just be a matter of just once the portal opens with the state, just requesting that the school be reconfigured and become a combo school.
So there's no board action that's needed from us. We are procedurally in line.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Generally, the policy kicks in when the board either opens or closes a school. In this case, the board isn't closing a school. It's physically moving the site. The school doesn't go away, right? And the tax plan, the middle school piece is already approved through the tax plan and through board action through that piece. So there's no further board action required.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Dyson.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the community in the Scotlandville area are supporting this plan, and it moves them from having to go to Park Forest to closer to home. And we're in line with the tax plan, adhering to what we said we would do. So will there be, I'm wondering, why aren't they just moving the 6th, 7th, and 8th? Why is it being phased in?
Well, as we discussed this, we wanted to allow this principal to grow her culture. You have students that have been at Park Forest Middle for 2 or 3 years. I think it would kind of be unfair to unroot those kids and just move them out of the facility that they've been at, the teachers they've been with for the past 3 years. And so we're asking the principal, allowing the principal opportunity to kind of grow her own culture. You know, as you mix elementary and middle school students together, it could be quite a challenge. And so one of the things that the principal requested, which is not uncommon, we've done it at the high school level, and also we've done it with the current Jefferson Terrace model that we are allowed to phase in model.
I see. And then is there enough separation at the site?
Yeah, I don't have the capacity at this point of what the school holds, but yes.
They'll be able to share the library.
Yeah,
One
it's just a-
principal is just
There's a-
phasing in, and there's enough separation as far as a separate wing or somewhere specific. So everybody's good with.
Yeah, the
Okay.
principal is very excited.
Okay, great. Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. Just for clarity, you mentioned that there are two buildings there. One, the elementary school is next door, and the site that we're looking at, the site that's on the table is the middle school. So we'll be moving the kids from the elementary school site into the new building?
Correct.
Into the middle school area. What happens with the elementary school building?
That was a part of the pre-K, the proper name, the centers, micro centers. That was part of the superintendent's vision with the micro centers, that the elementary site would become a micro center.
Okay, well, okay, that's good. I just wondered, about that site, if we were moving, what was the plan for that? And so it's connected to the pre-K expansion. Thank you,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what I needed to know.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to lift up that the community, like, as Mr. Smith said, we had a meeting some time ago about this particular project. There has been an outcry for a traditional public school, middle school in that particular area, as well as a consistent feeding pattern for Scotlandville Magnet High School. And so this opportunity gives us both and. So I just appreciate the board for supporting this notion, and I hope that we can see this completely through. As we continue to build those community of schools and the K-8 models and all of these things to attract our families back to the district. So thank you guys for your support. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your work, because it's been some time since my first day on this board. We did a lot of work to get to this point.
Yes,
so
sir.
I just appreciate the support and the support of the board for this motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board at this moment, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience?
Since pre-K will not be happening for this school year at Crestworth, can we leave the elementary where it is and open the middle up to the middle grades? What Mr. Smith said about the principal growing the culture does make a lot of sense, but that does also take not having to worry about 5-year-olds with 14-year-olds doing inappropriate things, or older siblings taking up fights for younger siblings as well.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we come back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Did you get in?
We can do roll call if we need to, yeah. Sorry.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
District 9, President Tapman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item H3, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation to the Oversight Committee to modify a plan to improve facilities, technologies, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System tax plan to allow for the construction of a middle school component at the Forest Heights Academy of Excellence. Moved by Mr. Lannis. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Bernard. do you want to, yes, so you would
Oh,
like
yes,
to
I'm
go
sorry. I was
first?
in the queue. I was just trying to follow procedure. I was waiting for you to call on me.
Okay. Do you want to let the principal speak first?
Yes, sir.
And kind of talk about what we talked about when we visited? Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. I want to first say it's a pleasure to be before the board. It's been a couple of years since I've had the opportunity to address everyone, so thank you for this opportunity. Dr. Narcisse, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, and the EBR family. I'm Ladarian Jackson, Principal at Forest Heights Academy. This is Administrative Dean Leslie Moncrief, and we're here today because there is a desire to expand our program to the middle school component from a pre-K 5 model to a pre-K 8 model. We have done some preliminary surveying of our parents. We all agree that giving them some say-so and allowing them the opportunity to express their reaction to the news, we think that that's very important. When this initially was brought to the table back in fall 2019, we did an initial survey. At that time, we had about 76, 77% of the respondents that they were excited about the possibility of it. Of course, they needed more information than we had at the time, but we just wanted to gauge whether or not this would be something that our families would be interested in, because we all agreed that without them, none of this would be possible. And so once we had an opportunity to re-engage this discussion this semester, I actually sent out a second survey just today, and we still had quite a few parents to respond in such a short time. Of course, I want to re-engage them further with greater detail, but we still had, as of today, about 80-something% of parents excited about the possibility. They need more information so that, I need more information so that I can re-engage them and we can have that dialogue about what this would look like, what their expectations of it would be, what kind of specialized programs. Have not had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Porter to see what kind of changes will be made to the criteria, because we are dedicated academic and visual performing arts magnet. We're the only school in Baton Rouge like that at the elementary level. And so we need to know what that means in terms of the middle school component, but there's a lot of hurdles to jump before we get to that point. And so before we can even re-engage them, because they're gonna have more questions than I can answer if we start that process without this ultimate important option, or obstacle, should I say. And so it's at you all's, it's on you all's table at this point. But I am excited about it. My faculty and staff will enjoy the discussions around. They'd like to be involved in the decision-making process to the greatest extent possible. But we can't move forward until we get past this. And so I'm delighted. I'm here for the work. I believe that we can engage some of the partners in our district who've already went through this model. I know that I have spoken to a couple of my colleagues who currently have a K-8 model, but also some of the middle school principals have some very good insight as well. But again, we won't be able to move forward until we get past some of these very essential steps. But I thank you for the opportunity to have us here tonight, and I'd love to be part of that process if it should come to fruition.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Do you want to go now?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you, President Tapman, and also thank you, President Jackson. Principal Jackson, for being here today and letting the board know exactly what the community feedback has been around this particular process. What I will do now is take a page out of my board colleague Mike Goday's book. A few months ago, he made a statement, and it was true, and it still holds true today, that when much of the tax plan was created, some of us on the board was not here to give feedback and input on the prioritization of things that we need inside of our districts. I was one of those board members, and one of the things that stuck out to me the most is that I don't have a standalone middle school, and because of that, I have no school for most students to feed into. But I want to give some context to this so people understand exactly what I mean. Currently, right now, Forest Heights has about 414 students. Marydale has about 305 students. Sharon Hills has about 252 students. Glen Oaks Park has about 497 students, and the Spa Charter has about
548 students. Each of these schools are 1 mile in radius from the high school, yet the high school only has 681 students. 261 of those students are middle school students, and that capacity is set at 325 for those middle school students inside of that space. And we have an immediate space for about 450 students. So again, that's been one of the major issues that I've had and major concerns that I had, is that there is no middle school for those students to feed into. So a lot of those students are going to other schools on the other side of town, where we have an opportunity now to fix this problem, much like what's happening in the Scotlandville with Crestworth Elementary. But I do want to talk about some of the benefits. One of the benefits would be that the elementary school currently is a designated magnet. One of the things we talked about last week, and Mr. Smith can speak to this, is that the new school is being proposed to come back as a portfolio school. That means every single school that I just named, every child that goes to those schools are going to have an opportunity to get inside of the school. So it wouldn't be a screening process for them to get in. It'd enhance the program tracking for the elementary school, while also establishing high school program alignment for matriculating middle schoolers, if we were to make this happen. And it would also create another excellent school, because Forest Heights Elementary is a blue ribbon school, and that's attributed to the much success that you guys do every single day with our students at that school. But I just want to also bring you guys up to speed on the process. We met with 4 different superintendents, current and interim, which all approved of and supported the plan. We walked the property several times with CSRS, several times with Marcus, also with Ms. Judith, who has come on and taken over Mr. Marcus's role, or has transitioned into the role, the board attorney, Superintendent Drake, Mr. Smith, Dr. Cito Narcisse, Principal Jackson staff, and also President Tapman, which I greatly appreciate you taking out that time to come and walk the campus. Again, we surveyed several parents, staff, gauging the community support around the school, because we thought that was vitally important, and also for a sense of transparency. And we walked the community and we talked to some of the residents regarding the expansion, just to get their feedback, because again, one of the problems that we're having is, at the end of every single day, the parking inside of the neighborhood is atrocious, to say the least. A lot of people have complained about it, so as you all could imagine, a lot of people, when we went back and asked them, how do you feel about this, they were excited about it, because then they wouldn't have that problem moving forward. So it alleviates the traffic issue, and also resolves the auditorium capacity issue, because they have talked about shared spaces over at Glen Oaks High School, which is literally walking distance from this school, and they have their new beautiful auditorium. And I guess I'll let you speak to that they are actually doing this year's performance at Glen Oaks High School, so it's something that can continue. Again, $4 million already exists under the current plan, and the facility is still available for purchase. If you guys are looking at the surveys, you'll see one survey says 61 responses. This is the survey taken today, and it's showing us an increase in interest from parents at the school at 83.6%. Last year, the 2020 survey, which about 87 people responded to, 78.2% of the people were very interested in seeing this plan go through. The last thing that you'll see or find is a scope of the property, or an overview of the property. One thing that stood out about the property is that it already has, structurally, the bones are good. The cafeteria is already existing inside of the school. There are 4 different wings, so the school could create a 6th grade hall, 7th grade hall, 8th grade hall, and an administrative hall. There's enough space for a multi-purpose space to create a library already. Parking lot is large enough to accommodate busing and flow, which would allow for much quicker transportation times and with less traffic congestion inside of the area. The location is directly next door to the elementary school, so in terms of transitioning at the end of the day for the students and staff, that wouldn't be an issue. And there's enough space also for a parent and community resource center on the back end or back wing of the school. So love to dialogue more about it. I think this is something that the community as a whole could definitely benefit from, and I just thank you all for allowing this process to take hold and bringing it before the community today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. I'm going to just try to add a little bit of process to this, and thank you for bringing it, and thank you, Principal Jackson, for being here and for the work you're doing at that great school. This item does not create a middle school at Crestworth. It's simply, it's a process type. So I'm actually going to let, Forest Heights, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm really having a bad day. I'm going to dialogue in a second with Mr. Shamlin. What's that? Really? Because I'll swing again. The idea is that the way, and again, Mr. Shamlin will kind of cover some of this, but the way that the tax plan reads, it reads construction of classrooms and facilities.
Classroom additions and renovations. I believe is
Classroom
the actual
additions and
language.
renovations. In order to do anything different from that, for example, purchase land, we would actually have to go to the oversight committee and ask them for the ability to have the flexibility to do that, right? And so if this passes and we go to oversight and we ask for that, but we can't put it, everything has to come back to the board. The construction of the school, the grade configuration, the flow. This is really just sort of perfunctory to just say if Ms. Judith is able to work magic and make something work and we needed to purchase land or we wanted to purchase that building and the budget worked and so on, I think it's around $4 million. And so I just want everyone to know we are not, I'm going to get it right this time, we are not we're not sitting here voting whether we're going to make a middle school there. We're simply saying, we're just going through the process of making sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, and then everything is still voted on, everything is brought back to us, and we move forward or don't move forward at that point. But that's all this is really doing, and I just wanted to make that clear. Do you want to add anything? What did I miss other than getting the name wrong?
No, sir, you did a great job.
Okay. So that's it. That's all we're really doing is just going through that first step in the process. So that's it. I just wanted to make that clarification as we roll along. Ms. Bernard.
Ms. Anderson, is Ms. Anderson here? I have a question. How much does it take to build a middle school and design and furnish the building? Because we have to furnish it also out of the tax plan.
So I think there's going to have to be some more discussion on that, just in a sense of the numbers, number of students that we're going to allow for, just for me to really be able to give you a budget number.
So how many students what space size and how many students about would this accommodate?
This particular building,
This money, the money that's allocated, the $4 million.
allow me to go back and just kind of look at that, just at past facilities. And Marcus is here. Actually, Marcus may know right offhand.
Oh, is Marcus here?
My support.
Hey, Mr. Williams.
Who is that?
Hello, how you doing?
What's up?
What is the question?
How are you doing?
I'm doing what? A middle school?
How much does it cost?
A new middle school?
Or how many students can a $4 million middle school accommodate? How many students?
Oh, now I can answer it.
A new school? You can't get a new school for $4 million, but a new school, a middle school is probably $35 million for a new middle school. If we were to if you asked us to design a new middle school with the full programmatic requirements for a middle school would be $35 million.
Okay. All right, that's what
That's what we use
I was
to
thinking
do our
40.
40, yeah.
I was thinking 40 somewhere.
High school is going to be uppers of 50, 55
Okay.
because of athletics.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Ms. Dyson.
So I just wanted to ask, so in this vision, when is this when is this, I don't know how many million, 4 million, yeah, scheduled in the tax plan?
It's coming up now. It's for year 3.
and so is Crestworth. The Scotlandville area middle school, they're in the same year as each other?
That's under construction now. That's now. That was in year 2.
The Scotlandville middle at Crestworth.
So we're at the point where we're starting to plan for the year 3. So the Forest Heights project is the year 3 project.
Right. Forest Heights would be year 3. Crestworth was year 2. So we just bid that project, and it's a summer project.
Okay. And then I'm trying to understand the vision. So what will the students and the parents need to do in order to enroll at this K-8, the 6-8 portion that's not got the magnet application period and all that? How do we do that?
Well, there's a portfolio option for magnet schools as well. And so the idea is that it would allow more students from that area to have access to that type of program via the portfolio option.
Oh, okay, so it would be, I
Magnet.
understand the portfolio, that's done at Liberty.
Yes.
And I think BRVPA.
Baton Center.
Yeah.
Visual Performing Arts.
And so, yeah, they show some art talent, they have a portfolio. So it will go through the magnet, so it will still be part of the dedicated magnet program?
No, not
Where they submit their portfolio?
No, all the kids that are currently at the elementary site would have an opportunity to stay. I think the intent from, and Mr. Lannis, you probably explained this, is just to keep those kids who live in his zone another option from having to opt out to go to other magnet programs who prefer the visual performing arts, which would be McKinley Middle, to have to travel so far. And so the portfolio option, if those kids are interested, hey, any kid, they still would have the option to choose any other magnet program throughout the parish if they choose so, but the intent is to provide those kids with an option as far as with programming, middle school programming at the grades 6 through 8. I apologize for my voice. I've been hoarse for the past couple of weeks.
Gosh, so is there an application period? Or is there going to be an attendance lines? Or I'm just trying to understand how we're going to do this.
Well, we hadn't worked all the kinks, but I would assure that there would be an application, and maybe if space is available, there may be kids who might want to opt into this particular school. But the intent is not to have
And maybe a priority
priority
zone.
but the intent is not to have a criteria based on test scores to remain in here.
Right, I got it. And so there will be a cap, just like at other magnet schools, there's a cap on how many they can take. I'm afraid that the interest may be more than the capacity.
That's always a possibility. And
And
we have that now at some of our
Yeah.
sites. The
Okay,
interest is
so it'll
more than
be
the-
handled the same way.
Yeah.
This is how many it can hold and,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, wait, I'm confused now.
Me too.
I was taking the word portfolio to mean that the portfolio was a school portfolio, that there would be the magnet component as one part of the portfolio, but then a traditional school option for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade also at that same school.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it's not, the 6th, 7th, and 8th would not be all magnet that you would have to provide a portfolio to get into. The portfolio, Ms. Dyson, refers to, there's going to be part of the school will be magnet, but then the other part of the school will be traditional.
Correct, and I foresee that actually, and this is just me, I foresee with the portfolio edit, you might end up growing into a talented site based off the
Correct.
portfolio.
Correct. And so I just wanted to be clear, it's not going to be all magnet. It's going to be part magnet and part regular at the middle school level, part traditional.
Traditional.
Okay, so it's going to be part magnet, part traditional at the middle school level. That's all fine, and I think this is a good plan. My only question or thought was that right down the street, we have 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Glen Oaks. And has any consideration been given to moving the middle school those students from Glen Oaks to this new middle school and returning Glen Oaks to just a high school? I'm not asking for an answer right now. As we go through, I realize this is very preliminary, but it just seems strange to have two traditional middle school classes within several blocks of each other at different schools. And maybe that's the way the facilities work and there's no way to get around that, but just look at that as you go through.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I'm back up again. And I love the conversation, but want to be really clear, for this agenda item, all we're really doing is asking for a pathway that in the event we're able to put the puzzle together, that, you know, Judith can, Ms. Anderson, I'm sorry, can put together something, then she would have what is, we don't believe is allowed now in the tax plan, like, for example, the purchase of property, which is not a part of it. And so the larger, not that we can't have it now, but I just want to be clear, right now, everything's got to come back to us. And there's a lot of things. I mean, we're going to have to look at feeder patterns. We're going to have to look at the schools that are currently being fed to, how it will impact those schools, where will the kids come from. So there's a lot, there's a lot of green in front of us, as they say. But this just sort of allows Ms. Anderson an opportunity. We don't want to send her off to go do this project unless we know that the tax plan is going to allow us to do it. And that's really all we're doing. All we're doing is giving, I think, again, if I'm wrong, correct me, but we're just telling Ms. Anderson, okay, go see what you can pull together, go see what you can negotiate, see what we can get for $4 million, and then she'll go work her magic and she'll do it. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Ms. Bernard.
I want to say that I am supporting this item because it is a request to get clarification and permission from the Oversight Committee, and then back to the board. What it is not, like Mr. Tedman said, it is not an RFQ for design or construction, and it is not establishing a middle school at the school, and it is not establishing an attendance line, it is not increasing the scope of the magnet program or any of those things. And I would think at that point that Ms. Porter would be brought into the conversation. I'm sure I can't even imagine that she wouldn't be. So thanks, and I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. See that there's been a lot of work, a lot of study going into this. It relates to the tax plan specifically. There's been a lot of community engagement as well. The question I'm wondering about is how this all relates to a master plan that we definitely need to take a look at. I can see that there's a lot of interest for this kind of transition with the buildings and everything, and you know, and it all sounds good. I'm just wondering how it affects the entire district, and I know that we've been needing for a very long time to do a master plan for the district, so we know where all of our properties are, what we're doing with all of the properties. And yeah, I just feel an urgency to get this done because, you know, we've got a lot of this on the table. We tend to wait for either an emergency to make some changes, or we see something like this that looks really good. It looks like, you know, there's a lot of interest in the neighborhood, but we have got to take a look at all of our properties and the feeder patterns, attendance lines, because they're so old. You know, we've got kids in properties that live far away, and I know this is a good intention to have a good school right there in the neighborhood, so that the children there, the families there, can access this school and take advantage of all the things that are there. So I just want to ask again, when are we going to just get a really good look at everything that we have and really do a deep dive on our facilities and our academic plan and all together?
This Board Member Ward Jackson, yes. Our goal our goal is to have a facilities master plan aligned when we do our strategic plan and our budget in June. So when you see that plan, we should see all of those connected. And then that will give us, that'll give the board clarity on where properties are, where things are, and then we'll be able to make more cohesive decisions in that way, or coherent decisions. Yes.
The demographic study, how does the demographic study work into this particular item?
Let me allow the CSRS and Mr. Smith responds on the facilities plan.
So, in the sense of the demographic study, that is something that we are looking at and taking into consideration while doing this study. So that is a part of the study.
So what does it say? Well, how does it relate to this? What's it telling you? What's the demographic study say about that particular area? And
We have not gotten,
have we looked at any of that? I'm just wondering.
We haven't got.
We have not gotten to
We haven't
that.
really
Yes.
used the
We have not gotten
demographic
to
study
that
in
area
this
yet.
yet.
It might be good to just mention for the board all the elements of the, maybe again, just the elements of the facilities and master plan. What are the components so they can be aware of?
As far as what we're taking into consideration, individual capacities of each school, that's functional, what it was built to actually encompass, academic programming, feeder patterns are taken into consideration, demographics, the demographic study is taken into consideration, available land, the facility itself, improvements that it may or may not need, and then the budgets to accompany that.
Are we looking at where kids are coming from? The bad word, attendance lines. If it's and then the portfolio, I'm still not real clear on the portfolio school, the difference, because someone mentioned that the Liberty model is a portfolio school, but portfolio schools have.
You remember when we first opened up Liberty High School, back then was Lee High School, it was a portfolio base. And then at some point, maybe 5 years ago, it became a dedicated magnet. But prior to when we originally reopened Lee High School, it was based off portfolio interest.
Yeah.
And then at some point, that was a decision to make it a dedicated magnet.
Board Member Jackson,
Okay.
one of the things that we're trying to do in all of this is alignment of programs, budget, academics, feeder pattern, so the board can see a full cohesive approach. So when we are making decisions around how buildings should look or patterns and those things, we can be able to make a better decision around the academics for students in the system. So
Yeah.
we think that when the facilities and master plan comes in June, aligned to the decision the board will make with the budget and other components, the board will be in a better position to make more informed decisions around a lot of different things.
Well, just from what I've heard, this sounds really good. It's moving in the direction where, we actually place good programming in the neighborhood so that the people in the neighborhood can actually access it without having to travel very far. So, I commend you on that, and I'm just looking forward to when we can do that same thing all across the district, no matter where you live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Lannis? You're good. Okay, stay close. Seeing no other questions from the boards, I was going to take public comment and we could come back, but if you, go ahead.
I just want to take a second to plug in something very important to me. For many of you all who have not been to a Forest Heights production, have not been fortunate enough to see my babies in action, we will have 2 productions on the Glen Oaks High campus in the state-of-the-art auditorium. The first dress rehearsal will be May 12th at 9:30. You all have an open invitation with reserved seating. And then opening night will be the next night, May 13th at 6 p.m. You won't waste your time, I promise you. So I wanted to take a minute to plug my babies. They have been working hard. My teachers have been working hard. It has been a logistical nightmare operating and navigating through COVID. And I just want as many people to see this as possible. So that's that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lannis.
I just wanted to second that sentiment, and again, thank you for bringing that up, but if you have not seen that production before, it is next level, and please, make the time out to come and see them. And the kids would definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe we can get Ms. Armand to put that on our calendars. Thanks. So we go to the audience. Don't leave yet, because we might have more questions. We have to go to the audience, and then we may come back. I mean, we will come back, I'm sorry, not may.
Hi, Colleen. The building for this plan sounds great, everything you've said about it. I'm here about the fact that we apparently don't have a master plan about what buildings we own, right? And thank you, Dr. Narcisse, for facilitating us getting that plan, but board members, you have been here. So please, going forward, let's be more proactive about this stuff. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Hi, I would love to see this middle school. However, I would like to know how will we be able to afford it? And how many staff members will we need at this school? How will we be able to afford them? My child is reaching for the microphone because he's inquiring on how much we're going to pay that staff because he needs staff. Whatever school he attends, he needs a lot of funding. And the funding never seems to reach our children with disabilities. Don't get me wrong. I love magnet programs. I love gifted and talented programs and would like for gifted and talented at McKinley High School to be reinstated fully. But I definitely know that we currently have over 80 positions for educators directly in the classroom that has not been filled. And we just spent $20 million of the CARES Act money on a calendar that nobody cares for. I'm really asking that we focus on what's important and what is pertinent. What is pertinent is having school buildings that are clean, school buildings that are in compliance, and staff that are actually happy so that they can actually teach our children. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen when you have 35 kids to one teacher. So we cannot just keep catering to magnet students, especially when we say each one teach one, or each one in every classroom every day. What's the new motto, Mr. Cito? I don't know. It changes every day. And as it changes, so is our plans. But the plan that should not ever change is the focus being on the children. And so as we focus on the children, right now what we are showing is direct and blunt discrimination against every child except for children in the magnet program. So I ask that we look back at this program and we do not approve it until we actually have that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please conduct, I'm sorry, Mr. Lannis, are you good? Okay. Will you please conduct the vote? We can call the roll. We can just go right to roll if you want.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
District 9, President Tatman.
Yes, the item is approved. We now move to the consent agenda, I-1. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tappan. The light's on. Oh, there it is. Thank you, President Tatman. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Grants. Consideration of a request for approval of the following grants. American Association for Employment in Education, AAEE, in the amount of $500 to provide AAE membership and funding for EBR PSS Community Connections Project. Louisiana Department of Education, LDOE, in the amount of $6,500 to support the pre-educator pathway for the 2021-2022 school year. One-time supplement. Consideration of a request for the approval of a $1,300 one-time supplement to those who qualify to be distributed during the 2021-2022 school year. Funding source, cost projection, general fund, approximately $9 million. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Breck Estruma High Track. Consideration of a request for the approval of a memorandum of understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and Breck to the joint use of the Estruma High track and facility. Professional services contract. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between East Baton Rouge Parish School System and School Leadership Center of New Orleans in the amount of $51,150 for professional development for the Diocese of Baton Rouge Catholic Schools. Funding source, the Title II Non-Public Diocese of Baton Rouge Catholic Schools. Invitation for bid, IFB, walk-in cooler freezer. Consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent and staff to issue an invitation for bid, IFB, for the replacement freezer cooler at Crestworth Elementary School to be relocated to Crestworth Middle School campus for the 2021-2022 school year. Funding source, child nutrition. Request for proposal, RFP, District Financial System. Consideration of a request authorizing staff to issue a request for proposal, RFP, to seek proposals for enterprise resource planning, ERP, software. Professional services contract, accountability and assessment. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following. A, Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $346,391 to provide grades 3 through 8 benchmark assessments, professional development, and support. Funding source, CARES Act. B, Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $104,214.60, down to the penny, to provide grades 9 through 11 benchmark assessments. Funding source, general fund. Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $55,000 to provide professional development. Funding source, general fund. Illuminate Education Incorporated, in the amount of $196,890 to provide a virtual management tool to house data. Funding source, CARES Act. Illuminate Education, Inc., in the amount of $7,500 to provide professional development. Funding source, general fund. Amplify Education, Inc., in the amount of $762,817 to provide assessments, screeners, and professional development. 9, contract, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval to renew the interagency contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the Louisiana Department of Education to allow an early childhood guide to approve families for the Child Care Assistance Program, CCAP. Funding source, state funds allocated by the LDOE. 10, naming of new school at University Terrace site. consideration of the proposed recommendations for the naming of the new school to be located at the University Terrace site. 11, consolidate and move school sites. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following. A, consolidate Brookstown Middle School and Capital Middle School students at the Capital Middle School site for the 2021-2022 school year. B, move EBR readiness 9 through 12 to the Brookstown Middle School site for the 2021-2022 school year. 12, contract collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning, CASEL. Consideration of a request for the approval of the contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, CASEL, in the amount of $152,000 to provide district-wide social emotional learning, coordination, and support. Funding source, CARES Act. 13, job descriptions and job positions and descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following job positions and descriptions. A, Deputy Chief of Policy. B, Director of Equity and Diversity. C, Chief of Literacy. And this is the end of the consent agenda, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Baloo. Is any, Ms. Collins, you'd like to pull an item?
I want to pull item 8.
Ms. Bernard?
12 and 13, thank you.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Item 11.
Mr. Goday?
Item 3.
You want to just do them all individually? Ms. Dyson? Ms. Dyson?
I also was going to pull 3.
Okay. Well, there's a little left. Mr. Shamlin?
I need to recommend a slight change in language for item 10. The recommendation for the superintendent for the naming of the new school is McKinley High School. We probably should
Okay, we're going to
state
just
that.
pull it then because it's
Okay.
been read in, so. All right, what's left? 2. All right, so what we are on now is the consent agenda, which, according to my notes, includes the paper. No, I'm just kidding. Consent agenda is item 2, grants, 4, MOU, 5, professional services, 6, invitation for bid, 7, request for proposals, 9, contract for early childhood, and that's it. So that's what we are on in the consent agenda. Any board members have any comments on those items in the consent agenda? Seeing none, we go to the audience. This is for the consent agenda. Any comments from the audience on the consent agenda?
I can't run, sorry. But I'm walking fast. Okay. Whew, out of breath. Job positions. We should definitely,
They're not on here.
Oh, which
We're
one
not-
we on?
That's pulled. We're going to take that individually.
oh, good. I think that some of those really shouldn't have even.
Well, no, you're going to have a chance to speak to it when it comes up.
So what we about to talk about now?
Oh, okay.
I ran and got out of breath and became discombobulated. My apologies,
That's all right.
Board President. Wha- Just a standalone option? Oh, no, I just appreciate that you did that part for me. Thank you so much. I'm gonna yield my time, and I can
okay.
get it back on the next item.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
You'll get the whole 3 minutes.
The whole 3 minutes?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. Any other comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, I'm guessing we're calling the roll, right? Yeah, let's do it.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
District 9, President Tatman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We move now to item number 3, one-time supplement. Consideration of a request for approval of a $1,300 one-time supplement to those who qualify to be distributed during the 21-22 school year. Funding source, cost projection, general fund, approximately $9 million. So I have a motion. Moved by Mr. Gode, seconded by Ms. Dyson. Mr. Gode.
Yes, I fully support this motion, but I just wanted to give, since the stipulations around the awarding of the $1,300 has changed slightly from what we talked about at the meeting, I wanted to give our superintendent and staff a chance to review what the current what the current rules, I guess is the right word, what the current stipulations around receiving the benefit would be. But I fully support it, and I would just like to have them have the opportunity to explain it.
Yes, sir. You want to go ahead?
I'll ask for Ms. Donaldson, the head of our human resource, to address that. Ms. Donaldson?
Good evening, President Tatman, Vice President Collins, Superintendent Narcisse, all the members of the board and the community. So we took the feedback and we took an opportunity to look back to make sure that we were not adversely impacting anyone. And we also wanted to take an opportunity just to share with you kind of how we got here and what we've done. So I wanted to start with the interesting thing that most organizations around this country, around this world had to do. We had to re-envision work. And one of the things most people know that in K-12 education, we kind of re-envision a little slower than everyone else. And so we had to start on March 13th when we had to designate essential employees. And it was a very interesting conversation because when I indicated that we needed to designate essential people to come to work, everyone was like, but everyone's essential. And I said, no, it's an emergency. You got to say who can come because we have to actually provide them with a letter in case there is some type of ruling that people can't travel. And so they would have to have a letter with them to say that they're coming to work for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. So at the beginning, from March 13th through phase 1, we had about 600 employees that were designated as essential. Those were child nutrition people, we had transportation people, because we weren't certain initially how long we would have to do this. We also introduced some new terms to K-12 ed, right? We started teleworking, and teleworking was unusual because we actually had our employees have to figure out how to work from home. The next thing we did is we had alternate telework for our high volume locations where we had lots of people in one space. We allowed employees to do that particular mechanism. And then we did virtual education. And I bring this up to you all to let you see we did an amazing job as a K-12 school district to bring back our students. As I talk to school leaders around the country in HR, they're just starting to bring students back. They're just starting to bring employees back. But our employees, because we're Louisiana and we're just great like that, they came back and started to serve. So as we wanted to make sure that we honored those employees and again, took the feedback from the last week's meeting, we wanted to go back and revisit to make sure that, again, we weren't harming anyone inappropriately. And Mr. Smith spoke about this earlier because it's a little bit more complex because this is one of the few times that this is the first time I can remember, and I've been in the district for 21 years, where every employee is getting the same stipend. No matter your classification, your education, we are honoring all of our employees on all different levels with this particular stipend. So what we did is we went back and revisited the dates and the levels on the payment. And so we wanted to say that if a person started October 1, 2020, and they worked through May 22nd, 2021, they would get the full $1,300. And that gave us about 5,428 employees that made that criteria. If they were hired between December 18th, 2020 through May 22nd, 2021, they would receive $1,000. And that's about 110 employees. And then if they were hired March 30th, 2021, before March 30th, 2021, and through May 22nd, 2021, they would get $650. And that is about 130. Now, this does not take into account the employee attendance piece. So we went back to look at the employee attendance piece with this particular stipend, and we wanted to provide some more flexibility with the structures. And you can see there the number of employees that are actually at this time on Monday, April 19th. These are the number of employees that would be eligible for the different levels. And we decided to make sure that we did 0 to 20 days, $1,300, 21 to 90 days, $1,000, 91 to 125 days, $650. And if they missed 126 days of work, they would not be eligible for anything. Now, mind you, within a 9-month period of time, it would be 182 days. So that would be a significant amount of the year. And that's only 87 employees that fall in that. And most of those employees who are going to fall with that 87 are employees who are impending due to various things of potential job abandonment or something like that. If they were employed as of December 18th, 2020, and they missed 0 to 20 days, they would be eligible for $1,000, and that's about 107 employees. And then between 21 to 90 days, they would be eligible for $650. So we did a sliding scale for that. And then employed as of March 31st, we still allowed some leeway with that, and so they could miss up to 20 work days, and that would give them $650. Now, this still, just to remind you, if an employee was on COVID leave, whether it was the extended FMLA, whether it was the emergency leave that the district instituted, this would not count against them. So those dates we have documented already in HR. If an employee didn't let us know that they were out because of COVID, they can still contact us. They can still put in a request through our digital system, and we can process it. And so we still have enough time between now and May 22nd, 2021 to rectify and address it. So we want to make sure we give them an opportunity to correct anything. And so they can contact us in HR by applying online in our Perfect Forms portal. This just gives you an idea of the number, or kind of graphically, who's going to get the whole pie. And so you can see it's a very large number of employees that we've included. And so we wanted to, again, make sure that we honored those employees. We listened to both sides. We listened to employees who were here every day. We listened to employees who were out because of various reasons. One of the things we could not do is we could not designate maternity leave separate from other leaves. And the reason why is because if we did that, there would be discrimination, reverse discrimination against people who were out for other reasons. So we wanted to make sure that we protected the system by doing a very fair across the board thing. Another piece that we looked at was our part-time employees and our substitutes. And so we increased the amount to $1,000 if they worked at least 120 days out of the school year as a long-term sub or subbed in multiple locations, because a long-term sub by definition is a sub that works at one school site. But if it's a sub that worked at different school sites for 120 days, they would still be eligible for this, or 960 hours, and we gave those employees $1,000. And then those part-time employees or substitutes that worked at least 75 days or the equivalent of 600 hours, they would get $650. And so that's about 80 employees. Now, mind you, the school year is not over. We're still in April. We still have until May, so we have opportunities for subs who they want to up their money, and there's a vacancy online. They could take that vacancy and move up that stipend for themselves. So just to kind of explain, a person has to be an active employee. You can have employees people who get hired and they may not report, they may report a few days for some other reason and they may not report again. And we do see that sometimes, and so we have to actually go through a process to terminate them. And so to protect the system, we go through this particular process. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand they would be disqualified from this because they had not, we can't find them. And so another one is a person who may have been on approved sick leave, and we do notify them continuously through a digital system, and they have not returned to work, and we are still trying to communicate with them, and they still have not reauthorized their leave, and it's extended beyond the appropriate time period. They may be in pending status because we're waiting to find out what's happening. Those particular employees would be an example of a disqualified employee. We will allow employees who may find themselves disqualified. If they have questions, they can contact us. We'll help them through the process, and we will have an appeals opportunity for those employees to make sure that we're doing this fair and equitably across the district. So the estimated expenditure, this is before the benefits, is about $7 million. Now with benefits, it's $9 million. So this is before we do benefits for all employees that are eligible to receive this. This number may fluctuate just because, again, the eligibility may be adjusted based upon the attendance of the employee and the status. There will be no anticipated adverse impact on employees retiring prior to June 1. And that was one of the things that we were worried about because the anticipated disbursement date is June 8th. And so if a person retires May 22nd, we still have time to pay them and not adversely impact their retirement benefits or anything like that because they generally would get their last check on June 15th. So we're excited to be able to provide that opportunity for our retirees. And right now we have about 33 employees that are going to be retiring at the end of this year. And I'm so glad Mr. Tapman mentioned the idea of doing something special for our retirees. So we're looking at figuring out how to do a special retirement reception, socially distanced, safe for those retirees so we can give them a plaque to thank them for their service. Because we have great employees in our district across the board, and we just want to honor them for the work that they do. And that's all, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Donaldson. Mr. Goode, you good? I'm good. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I had also pulled this item because I wanted to, again, thank administration and all of you who have worked on this and, again, listened, because there were a lot of questions around and, you know, who was going to be eligible, who wasn't, and the retirees and all of those things. And so I appreciate the very clear work that's been done on this. And I appreciate us going through a prorated situation here because this was an unusual time. One of the questions that I had is, so if someone decided that they were going to take their leave, COVID, it was because of COVID, but they decided to take it as their days off, paid leave, instead of COVID paid leave, because they could get more pay by taking it that way.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, say they took 24 days and, So at this point, then they fall into this prorated of the $1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
But they have
If they have the
the
documentation
option.
for COVID, they can provide it to us and we will
It would
honor
be that they need to provide proof that they were told not to be on the campus, or that somebody told them to quarantine, or something like that.
Something from a doctor showing that whether they had COVID or if someone in their household had it
Exposure.
and they were exposed. We just need that documentation in the time period, and we'll cross-check it with their attendance, and we'll be able to address it that way. But
Otherwise, they fall into this other and they get the prorated
they get the
amount.
$1,000, yes, ma'am.
And so if they decide to switch it, then
Well,
they
we-
would have some pay that
Yeah,
would change.
so we wouldn't actually go back and switch it, because again, it depends on the type of COVID leave, because there were elements of COVID leave that were 100% and elements that were 65%. And one of the things we work to explain to employees is that initially, the idea of COVID leave was for people who worked at like Walmart or places like that, who don't have the amount of paid leave that we have as employees of a school system. And
Right.
so what we did is we took the COVID leave and we put it as a layer on top of our regular leave. So we covered that above that, which was an expenditure of about $1 million for both sets of COVID leaves for employees. But they have to be very careful, because if it's not the right type of COVID leave that they go back and try to recoup, they may end up owing the district money because they were overpaid. So we advise them to kind of talk to us about it, and let's talk through it to make sure that they don't do something unintentional. Because again, we have a very good paid leave piece in the public school system.
Right. And so it may be that there's more than a $300 because they were already paid that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that. And then the other thing is, just on an annual basis, we're trying to do a better job of letting people know that we need to know as soon as possible about retiring notice. And so are we making a real concerted effort to encourage people, look, if you're retiring anytime soon, please let us know, because we need to plan for that at each school
Yes, ma'am.
site.
So we actually provide employees a declaration of intent that goes out in February.
Yeah.
And we generally get a response rate of about 3,000 employees this time completed the request. But still, people are still deciding, and sometimes an emergency occurs within their family or life, and they have to do an emergency retirement. But we're going to start doing some meetings with people who are kind of at that retirement point, where they can come to a meeting and ask questions about options, right? They can always come to us and meet with us one-on-one, but sometimes people just want to come and get info. And so we're going to do some info sessions for people who are interested in retirement.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tabman. I won't be long. Ms. Donaldson and team, I just want to thank each and every single one of you for your diligence in helping to resolve this matter. If I'm not mistaken, East Baton Rouge Parish School System is the largest employer in the city of Baton Rouge, so I know this was not an easy feat for you guys to do, but I definitely appreciate it. I know this board appreciated it, and I know our teachers do, so thank you, and the staff also.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. So this will be paid on June 8th, you said?
We anticipate the June 8th is the date that it will go out. It'll direct deposit, so it won't be paper checks.
I am absolutely thrilled that you all figured out how to do it, because it seemed like when we had the discussion a week ago, there was no way we were going to be able to do it because of budget constraints or whatever. Whatever magic you worked, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Kelly Lopez.
Whoever did it, I want to thank everybody who worked on it, so thank you so much. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board, we'll go to the audience, and we're on item number 3, one-time supplement.
I just want to thank the board and Daphne and Kelly. I love you both dearly, and some of y'all, most of y'all. I'm just so happy that we have something that we can work with, that you listened to people, and that we have something we can go back to work with. I do want to make sure that resignees also are able, okay, because sometimes it's just time to go, as long as you do it at the, at the right time. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Hi, Colleen, I've got a lot to say at this one. This is a comment from a teacher who is at home with her newborn and a toddler. The very idea that women who had no choice but to miss the required medical recovery time of 6 weeks or 8 weeks if it was a C-section should not be given the full stipend is the definition of discrimination. The real discrimination here is that men are not offered a paternity leave. And guys, paternity leave is a real thing, so it should not be discriminating if we're offering the women maternity leave and they're not getting the stipend, and if the men take paternity leave and they don't get the stipend. I know one male teacher who's not going to get the full amount under this because he took time off for paternity leave, and I know a teacher who's not going to get the full amount because she took time off for maternity leave. So let's do both in our exemption, please. If I did the math right based on that slide, we're looking at $630,950 in order to bring every employee up to the full amount that they would get if they got their full amount, regardless of attendance. So if you take away the attendance requirement, that's the dollar amount. Of course, this is before benefits, which would bring us up to just over $8 million. We just saved $15 million from the calendar change, if I'm remembering correctly, from a couple hours ago. So maybe we spend some of that money to bring every employee up to the full amount they would get based on their start date. COVID leave, as I'm sure has been mentioned, was a real thing. The COVID leave time that teachers took when they were actually sick being exempted is good. But what about the time when they're in quarantine? Because their kids' daycare, for example, closed, so they had to go home and take leave. Does that count towards this? Because my son's teacher had to go home 6 times because her kid kept getting exposed at daycare because the daycare kept getting exposed. So is that exemption written into here? Because as it is written now, it is not. Is it?
It is COVID. COVID leave covers the FMLA, the whole thing, so yes, it is. It is covered.
All COVID leave?
Yes, it's all covered.
Okay, and all of the principals knew to write that down correctly and code it correctly?
It's all,
Okay.
the COVID leave comes through the Office of Human Resources, and really actually puts it in itself and provides supporting documentation, and so yes, you have it all.
No, it's
Okay.
okay. It's okay. Wait, I'll handle.
Okay, and then per last Friday's email, I know you have the email addresses for all teachers. Can you please email all teachers that if they are retiring or quitting, that they need to talk to HR, and all teachers, not just, the ones who have already filled out the retirement form, because we want to make sure everyone gets this money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You just start speaking and it'll turn green.
Okay, my name is Mia Peters. I go to McKinley High. I'm an honor student. I would like to say thank you for the budgeting, increasing the pay for substitutes, because I know they work really hard and they put in the work. I'll ask that you email all of the teachers, because I do know a teacher that is disqualified because of her pregnancy, and she's had to get a lot of doctor's appointments, a lot of shots. So could y'all just send an email out to all of the teachers and the retirees, just so they can know to contact y'all through the EBR website? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
I couldn't run this time because he made me carry him. But I really and truly believe that we should find a way to give those that had to resign or retire due to COVID. As we know, we did lose our superintendent, Miss Leslie Brown. She started in August. She was gone by close somewhere in October. And we had to get an interim, all during COVID. Now, if Ms. Brown was here, what do you think she may consider? We also had to get Ms. Brown because Mr. Drake left, all in the midst of COVID. We really need to look at, if I was an employee with this school system, I would have to resign because I would not be retirement age. Right now, I think retirement age is 65, 62, and they're trying to make it 67. I would not have the age, but I might have the years. And according to the way we have everything set up today, if I needed to resign due to my child being immunocompromised, then I would not be able to receive the funding. Everyone right now throughout this entire country is receiving the stimulus. And if they didn't receive it when everyone else received it, they were able to receive it from a credit, a tax credit. So if the federal government saw fit, why can't EBR as an equal opportunity employee consider that too? We really should say that we really value our staff. And I think showing them that we really value them would be to give everybody, like Cito originally said, everybody, $1,300. Or is it $1,400, Mr. Landis? It's $1,300, okay. I just want to make sure, because $1,300. And if we can see fit to bring them up to increase their pay salary, that would be great too, because we definitely do not want to lose our staff to neighboring school systems. We have great staff that is dedicated and committed and love our children. Let's show them all that we love them back and give every single person $1,300. And if my child could say it right now, I'm quite sure he would speak in agreement, because his staff truly went above and beyond. That's the only thing I ask. And please remember, we can't take it out the CARES Act money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. I'm up. I think this board member's opinion is the staff did an outstanding job this time around. Very well thought out, very meticulous in how they did it, and the detail is incredible. And it's you know, again, we started last week and we got a lot better today. And so I just want to thank the staff for the work that they put in, and it looks to me to be a fair allotment. And again, I'm going to say it again, I'm particularly thrilled that we're going to get it out earlier in this year. So, but I just had to make that comment because I know staff worked their fingers off, and just want to make sure that I personally thank them for that. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
My only question is around maternity and paternity leave. How does that fit in there, if it does at all? Can you give me some explanation on how maternity leave fits into the hazard pay, into the stipend?
Ms. Donaldson?
So we do offer maternity and paternity leave for our employees. But the thing is that we couldn't separate based upon that, because you would get into a potential reverse discrimination situation, because it's just like one person may have anxiety and that's why they took off, versus another person who may have had knee surgery. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't get involved and we didn't make any separations based upon gender or anything like that. We wanted it just to be fair across the board.
Doesn't maternity leave, isn't maternity leave usually covered in any of our,
It is. So I'm saying that in terms of with giving the stipend, we couldn't designate a different stipend for those who had children versus those who were out because of another reason. Because it could potentially be considered discrimination against the other group. So we were just trying to make sure that we were just, it is an approved leave and it falls under the same umbrella, but we couldn't separate the type versus the COVID because we knew that this was related specifically to COVID. So that's why the COVID piece is separated, but our regular sick leave policy is encompassed within this.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that the audience had some feedback on that paternity and maternity leave situation as it relates to this particular stipend.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Vice President Collins?
Actually, thank you, clarified. And so, for example, if someone was out because they needed a hip replacement, there wouldn't be COVID leave. They had to stay out from work for X number of days, or they had a kidney transplant, whatever. Then they would equally be disqualified as someone on maternity leave.
Yes, ma'am. So as long as it falls under our actual current sick leave policy, that would be covered under that. So it's a separation because the COVID was a emergency leave that was federally mandated, and then the district did a secondary one after the federally mandated one ended.
And so that's why that can be legally separated, but not the other.
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am, because this was actually related to the actual
pandemic.
Stipend is related to COVID.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Goday?
I'm good.
Okay, that's it. Board is clear. Madam Secretary, please do a roll call vote.
We may be able to,
Okay, you up? All right, man.
but let's try. Please vote.
Me?
Mr. Goody. The motion carries.
Motion carries. Number 8, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following. A, Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $346,391 to provide grades 3 through 8 benchmark assessments, professional development, and support, funding source CARES Act. B, Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $104,214.60 to provide grades 9 through 11 benchmark assessments, funding source General Fund. C, Achievement Network, ANET, in the amount of $55,000 to provide professional development, funding source General Fund. D, Illuminate Education, Inc., in the amount of $196,890 to provide virtual management tool to house data, funding source CARES Act. E, Illuminate Education, Inc., in the amount of $7,500 to provide professional development, funding source General Fund. And F, Amplify Education, Inc., in the amount of $762,817 to provide assessments, screeners, and professional development, funding source CARES Act. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Ballou. Don't see any board members that wish to speak except for Vice President Collins. You don't have to do, okay.
Sorry. I just want to raise up, I don't even necessarily have to ask Ms. Okonski to do a presentation because I asked the questions I had last time. I'd also reached out on the state level because, again, based on previous board action regarding the benchmark assessments, I had some questions that I needed clarified, and once I got them clarified, my position is not to support the portion for the ANET contracts. Colleagues, the reason why is because we already received these services for free with the Leap 360 software. My understanding is that, yes, some teachers have concern around how to manipulate the data with the Leap 360 software. However, other districts have found workarounds for free. And I'm sure we could do the same. I've not resolved for myself the need to spend $500,000 on ANET for their benchmark assessment services. I know that we use them for their teacher coaching, school site coaching services, and they do a great job in that regard and have been a needed asset in that way. But in terms of the benchmark assessments, also the high school benchmark assessments where ANET is tier 2. So our CRR schools will still need additional benchmark assessment tools. The Leap 360 also gives the benefit of, the reason why it's free, it happens to also be made by the company that does the end of year assessments. And so the interface of the Leap 360 software is the same as the interface as the end of the year software. And we've discussed before during board meetings the importance of students having that hands-on with the software and being familiar with the software by the time they get to the test. I've not seen anything that outweighs the benefit of what Leap 360 has to offer the district for free, to say switch to a different interface, switch to a different company that also will probably have folks grumbling and complaining from whatever nuance that they don't like by that different company. So that's all I have for my comments. You all vote, of course, as you see fit. Again, I don't need another presentation from Ms. Okonski. She did an excellent job expressing the few benefits that she saw with ANET in particular, but I can't get past the things that I lifted up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Bernard?
Ms. Okonski? I'm understanding that some of these assessments increase the amount of testing beyond what we currently do for our students?
No, ma'am, not with the interims. We currently use Leap 360 where we do the diagnostic, interim 1 and interim 2. ANET follows the same schedule. The window dates may be slightly different, but we would use the same schedule with a diagnostic, interim 1 and interim 2.
None of the end of the year?
So for the DIBELS, the state only requires the beginning of the year. We have currently not been doing the end of the year, but with the DIBELS platform, one of the reasons obviously that we didn't do it is because of the double data entry. But with the ease of use of the DIBELS platform, with the online component, it would make it easier to do that end of the year assessment so we could measure. That would be the only difference. But it would eliminate a lot of the time that it takes for the teachers to complete it with the online component.
Is DIBELS the A under this, A, 336?
DIBELS, the parent company for the online DIBELS platform is Amplify.
I'm sorry.
Amplify?
Amplify. Oh, is that the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And-
that's the Dibbles one, okay.
Yes.
All right, because I'm not looking at the back, all the backup material right now. Okay, well, I probably could support that one, but tend to agree with Ms. Collins on some of these others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Howard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Chapman. So I guess my question, Ms. Okonski, is if you can just kind of give us, I know you did this last week, and I apologize for my absence, but if you could just give us a brief, we already utilize ANET in our Innovation Network
Correct.
schools. So if you could give us just a brief overview as to the success, I guess, of the partnership and how a district-wide approach with this particular system would be of benefit to the district. I know there's mixed feelings about LEAP 360 and the kind of services those testing assessments render and how teachers feel about it. I've heard different feelings from different teachers. So if you can just kind of give us a overview of like the success and how a district-wide approach with this particular system would be of benefit to the district.
Sure. To your point and to your question, the Innovation Network has used them for their professional learning services and for their job-embedded coaching on the data. One of the things that we've heard coming out of that group, as well as other groups, is a frustration with a level of reporting. And so the CARES Act gave us an opportunity to help solve that issue. And so to your point, we remember we did a slide last year of the growth of those schools using those services, and we saw gains. And so in using the assessment to pair with the coaching, we look forward to the outcomes that would be there. The difference in the reporting is that there are actually 6 categories of standard reporting affiliated with ANET. Then you can go and customize 6 new buckets. And in addition to that, there are opportunities to merge it into other data sources. And there's a parent report component that our team got really excited about because that's something that we're not utilizing right now with our current platforms. So it breaks down the Louisiana content standards and explains to a parent how it could help their child better prepare for the LEAP. So to your point, Mr. Howard, we've had positive partnership so far with this company, and the team got really excited. We were really excited about the opportunity to problem solve the PLC issue for our teams with more robust reporting. And beyond that, they were evaluated by the Louisiana Department of Education, where they were strong in every area rated. Design, scoring, and reporting was one of those strong areas where they received commendation. And so it is a Tier 1 evaluation for those grades 3 through 8 for the assessment in both ELA and math. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question. And I would just ask that if this does pass, when it comes up, is that the rollout of the proper, I guess, way to use it, or the make sure we're not mixing testing services, and that people understand how to best reap those benefits that you speak of, as opposed to thinking that we're like having competing testing services and teachers feeling like they're like having to utilize another system as a form of acquiring data. So that's
Sure. I appreciated you all's conversation earlier with having clarity around the data so that we can make the decisions. With our new strategic plan, this will give us an opportunity. I believe that we could report out those KPIs at shorter intervals and be clear about the reporting of those KPIs. And I think it's a different way to engage us all in conversation with the data.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Collins, Vice President Collins.
Just want to mention that one of the concerns on the state level is that they intentionally don't have LEAP 360 report out data in some of the ways they have been requesting, because they want teachers to use a different approach in handling how to address some of the concerns. Not to belabor the point, just to lift it up again for why I'm not in particular in support. But our schools that use 360 have also improved as well.
Thank you, Vice President Collins, and thank you, Dr. Okonski. We will now go to the audience. Are there any comments on item 8 from the audience?
So last week I came and I said I'd be willing to play with it and tell you what I thought, because all of my tests were trapped and gone. And I have a huge shout out to accountability, because in
I guess it had to have been like 12 hours because that meeting ran so late into the middle of the night. I had all of my tests back. So thank you. I got all of my tests. And then also, moving around in there a little bit more, with the data. There are some issues, with the current program. But looking at the assessment option, I think that's different from what you were talking about, Mr. Howard, is that what I saw from ANET was not user-friendly. And I would also like to point out that this program was also used in DC and Tennessee, so seemingly following Dr. Narcisse. While it was used in Tennessee, their reading scores dropped significantly, while our scores have improved over the past 2 years with what we use for free. Spending money doesn't always make it better. Sometimes what we have for free works.
Thank you.
Hey, Colleen again. I think she said exactly it. What we have for free works. So why are we spending this money on something when we already have something that works for free? I would also like to point out we should not be spending this CARES Act money until we know everything that we want to spend it on. I know we had that good meeting Monday where all the teachers got together and we talked about what we wanted in a schedule. Why can't we do that for the CARES Act money? Why can't we have a meeting with the teachers and the school board where we throw everything up on a board that we want to spend this money on and we pick a priority of what we want first? And who knows, maybe we do want this testing software and maybe I'll be a huge fan of it once we know our full list of what we want, but I think we need to have a full budget first. Like, we don't spend money on everything before we pay our mortgage. We don't buy new fun stuff before we pay our electricity. Let's make a full list of what we want to spend our CARES Act money before we buy something we already have for free.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Jennifer Harding, District 5. Just going to echo what has already been said. We've got things that are free. I don't understand why we're creating a problem just to throw money at it. I mean, you hear folks talking about you get your stimulus check and you should do something with it, like, pay a bill or something like that, rather than go out and buy a TV or some shiny object. This really feels like a shiny object. And I also am not really hearing y'all say how these new assessments fit into a plan and how they will be used, and a justification for why we would need to spend this kind of money for something that we're already getting for free. Again, we want you to justify what you're doing with this money. We want you to come up with a budget and explain to us why. Because yes, this money is coming from the federal government, and yes, we can say budget neutral and all of these great, phrases and everything, but we want you to be responsible with the money. Ultimately, this is taxpayer money that you're using. This is money that I pay in my taxes, and we are entrusting you as our elected officials to make smart decisions. And we're not hearing any information about that, And so make a budget, make a plan, wait a couple of months, put it together, bring that before the public, give us time to digest that information, and then vote on it. That's how this process should work. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Harding.
Hannah Amoroso. My concern is similar to everyone else's about these additional assessments. It seems that they are redundant since we already have LEAP 360 and DIBELS. I'm also concerned about the plan for the data. This is one-time money. We know that the changes made will take 3 years to show improvement. It doesn't seem like a good use of money. We can get the same information with what we already have. Please make a responsible decision.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
evening, everyone. Tia Mills, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators, and a member of the Accountability Commission for LDOE. So we're currently in the process of having talks about changing accountability and what that looks like in school systems. So I'm just wanting to put that information out there before you make a decision on changing some things tonight. Let's take a look at what is going to be coming down the tubes first, because I'm not sure of whether or not that has actually been voted on by Bessie yet. So I'm just asking that you all put that into, take that into consideration before you make a decision on this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hart?
Hello, I'm Maria Harmon, constituent here in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I also work with a group called Step Up Louisiana. And I just wanted to know, why aren't we partnering with the teacher labor unions to just do an assessment of the curriculum across the parish of each school site to determine how do we need to structure it? This is something that could be a bit more cost efficient. They have the resources to do it. And also, I do think we need more direction from the state before we move forward on a big expense like this as well. But we have vested resources already here in this parish. I really feel like we need to take advantage because the assessment itself is used to determine and implement a model called the Sustainable Community Schools Model, which is evidence-based, it's effective. So I do feel like we would be selling ourselves short by not embarking on this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon.
The word F-R-E-E, free, is always a great thing. So why would we fix something that's not broke? If we're getting it for free, why do we want to spend money on something else? That doesn't make sense. I remember Cito saying that quite a few things is going to come out the CARES Act money, and then that changed, where it was other things that was going to come out the CARES Act money. So I think that we need to see if this is something that we can fiscally do to where it's not going to cause us to go into the red or into the negative, because we still have yet to say what we're going to do to make sure our students and staff is safe from COVID in the 2021-2022 school year. And that is supposed to be used with the it's supposed to be done with the CARES Act money. Safety. So I think that we should actually first require, and I think we did require that. That was something that was requested at the COW for the list saying what was going to be coming out the CARES Act money, how much CARES Act money we received. This is what we're going to use, such as like a, kind of like a ledger. It would be great if we can do that, not just for transparency and accountability, but also so that we can know exactly where every single penny is going. I do appreciate the individuals that spoke before me that said you don't go buy things before you take care of the essentials first. So let's take care of the essentials first, because if we don't have staff members and students that can return into a brick and mortar building safely, then paying for a program would just be a waste of money because no one would be able to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Bernard?
Thank you, President Tubman. I have heard the comments, and I've been asking for a really long time that we not make these types of allocations, Dr. Narcisse, until we have a full accounting of what we're getting and what we're going to spend it on. Because like the other folks, I want to prioritize the things that are really important to me before I spend all the money. And the fiscal conservative in me has to agree, but then also Dr. Tia Mills made a very good point. If accountability is changing next year, we might want to wait until we know exactly what Bessie is adopting. We've been through how many accountability changes in the last 10 years, Ms. Okonski? Several? I mean, it's like every 2 to 3 years, there's a major shift in accountability. So I would say 4 or 5 times, several, yes. And I think that's a very good point, because we would just be throwing the money away if we change to something that needs to be adjusted different. So I am going to, actually, honestly, I think the responsible thing to do would be to postpone this until the May meeting. We might have better information. We might know more in May. We could still make this, pass this in May and still have all of these pieces in place by the fall. I'm certain of that. So I think we should just I'm going to make a substitute motion that we move this to the May board meeting, not through the committee of the whole, or maybe should y'all want it to go through the committee of the whole again, or just straight onto the board agenda for May? Or we can always pull it. Yeah, sure. I'm going to move that we put this on, postpone this until the May board meeting, the full board meeting. Second, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lance. And I'm sorry, I don't want to drag out the testimony again. Maybe the public who's in attendance will just agree with that, and we can go on to it. Thank you.
We have a substitute motion that's been moved and properly seconded to move this item to the May board meeting. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. I would support that, in that I am a little bit leery about all of this, especially F with that 762,000. I don't know what all is included in assessments and everything. But I'm concerned about the ones especially that are coming out of the CARES Act, as we haven't seen the full budget for the CARES Act. And there's a lot of concern in the community around this spending, and then with what's going to be happening with assessments maybe changing. I would hesitate to vote yes on this package at this time. So I would prefer not to pass this at this time if it means that we need to move it down a little to get more information, or see that budget, because I too am one of those that like to know what I'm spending, in the household. I know what's coming in, and I know what to expect. I know that I can't go over a certain amount, but at this point, I'm not very confident in the total of what we have and what we need, and I have a real concern around the cleaning, what we're, how we're going to make sure that all the buildings are in the right condition. You know what we've been through, y'all board members, you know what we've been through over the last, not just with COVID, but even pre-COVID. We've had a lot of concerns around the state of the buildings as far as maintenance goes. So I would like to see what's in the budget for that as well before I continue to approve items that are coming out of the CARES Act fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
One of the things that I wanted to do is to ask the superintendent what he's thinking about all this, and that was just interjected as far as any kind of upcoming changes or that kind of thing.
Yeah, the the ANET is considered as tier 1 from the state. So there's not going to be an impact in terms of the accountability component that's been brought up concerning the assessment. We've been in conversation with the state superintendent and other actual state officials that are on this, and they said anything that we pick within the tier 1 is good. We also talked about as well with the assessments in the high school, and the question for us was what made more sense for our teachers and supporting them with our school leaders. It's important for us to have a benchmark that is aligned all the way through. I understand this notion of things being free, but it's also about what helps our teachers and principals make better decisions for kids. And so that has been the alignment. As you heard from Andrea, I can have her come back up again. She has done a lot of work in this. She's been our data and accountability person for years. And this has not been a random decision. Matter of fact, when I came on board, there was a discussion around the challenges that the schools had around the uncommon assessments. LEAP was also a concern. And so we're just trying to move the decisions to do that. My concern about when you move these things to later dates, it just takes later for us to help have our staff prepared to support kids to do it. And so that is a concern. And Andrea, I don't know if you want to add any.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Narcisse. The concern that I would have, Ms. Dyson, to your question is we would need to start curriculum alignment. ANET has volunteered to us to align the assessment instead of us having to redo the curriculum, okay? And so that's huge, because usually when you do this, you start reshaping curriculum. So teachers' pacing guides and whatnot would have minimal change because they will redesign their assessments. That's one of these contracts, is to have a consultant work with the team in this building and our accountability team over the summer. And one of the contracts is dated to start presumably tomorrow, so that that work could start in preparation. The reason why you see so many contracts also is because we blocked out PD for the summer. We have to onboard central office staff first, then bring in teachers after July 1. And so prep time, as you would imagine with major national vendors, their consultants get booked quickly.
Yeah.
And so they won't confirm dates or time until this contract is signed. And then the last thing I add is I appreciate the comments about being fiscally conservative. Those of you who've known me for a while know that I started out at central office in Title I. And I think about what Richard Capps taught me. And those of you who remember Mr. Capps, my great mentor, anytime you spend federal funds or any expenditure with taxpayer dollars, is it reasonable and is it necessary? And Dr. Bethley and I wouldn't have brought this to you if it didn't pass that eye test for us, number one. And number two, the other thing I learned in Title I is Title I and federal funds don't simply exist to level a playing field or check a box or meet a requirement. They exist to expand upon and provide quality opportunities to students so that they will be in a better situation for teaching and learning to reach its peak. And so we bring this to you, ANET and all the other ones, because we think it affords us an opportunity to do that. We do believe it passes that reasonable and necessary test. We do believe it's something that can supplement and complement and expand our assessment platform to better serve teaching and learning.
Well, I very much appreciate your comments and respect your opinion on this greatly, and also our superintendent. So I just would like us all to keep in mind that it's a really big ship that we're trying to move, and one thing affects the next, and we've got to get this ship turning. So thank you very much
I appreciate
for
that
that.
question.
I believe Mr. Landis is up next.
I'm sorry, I'm writing notes.
It's okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I can specifically remember back when I was inside of the classroom using Illuminate and using ANET, so I do have my personal takes on those two software tools. However, I am curious, why aren't we using Springboard? My understanding is that Springboard has the highest yielding, has the better yielding results for high school students, and also the highest performing teachers use this particular platform. So why aren't we using that, if anybody could answer?
Mr. Lana, so like I said, it's been a while since I've been out of Title I world or curriculum world, but I'm going to take my best stab at this. Individual schools are using Springboard for their AP or pre-AP courses to prepare students for those assessments. It's not a district-wide purchase. Typically, that is something that those schools will either use with a side budget, magnet budget, sometimes title funds, or side curriculum funds. But it's not considered the district's Tier 1. Our schools all use the district Tier 1 curriculum, but to your point, some of those other schools blend it into supplement.
Okay, and my last question would be, in terms of time, if we did wait until the May Committee of the Whole, would that be enough sufficient time for us to look over everything and still vote and have enough time to get everything done?
It's going to be a challenge for us because, like I said, these are national companies with their presenters and their vendors. And so we can't book or confirm professional development dates with them until this contract is signed because they won't commit their resources until we commit. They've already signed their end of the contracts on our end. I had calls with all of them last week. We have a tentative roadmap planned out about where we know where we're going. But again, in order to confirm and book dates, we need a signed contract.
Understandable. I would opt to say that I don't think they'll pass on a multi-million-dollar contract if we waited a little while.
I'll be persuasive.
Right.
Board Member Baloo.
Thank you. And my question was answered regarding any disadvantages to waiting a month. And I think it's important. You pointed out the gains we had in the innovation network and
Yes, sir.
and the speed and with using it, and also another big selling point was being able to report to the board
Yes, sir.
more quickly, and that's a very useful tool as a board member to be able to have that information reported back so that we can make decisions and adjust as necessary.
Yes, sir, that's my
I think,
goal.
I mean, I've been around Ms. Okonski enough to know her body language and the level of her voice. I think just the excitement that I think is genuine, and then I think just seeing her enthusiasm for has sold me anyway, and if it will. If it is going to make a difference with a month, I'd prefer to that we go ahead and pass it today so we can get started.
Mr. Blue, I'll say I appreciate you. It's really not about me. It's about making things more comfortable and easier for our teachers and our students to make them more efficient. Because as we talked about last time, these are interim assessments to inform instruction. It's to inform instruction so teachers can get a temperature check to see where to go with the next quarter of teaching.
Okay, I am next. I just want to, above all things, point out some very timely information that we received on actions taking place on the state level, and that these contractors will definitely be willing to accommodate our time. And I see Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. You know, in light of the timeline, and these are assessments that we need to do pretty quickly, right, Dr. Narcisse? As far as the beginning of the school year and knowing where our kids are.
Yes, one of the challenges we have in our system is not getting materials to our staff early enough to have them be prepared for what they need to do. This is just one of many items. And the earlier we're able to make a decision, the better they can prepare for the next steps. I would not recommend us waiting for a month, but the board must decide. But the earlier, the better they can prepare, the better they can have conversations around learning the new interim assessment, conversations about what needs to be done, the better the staff can prepare for supporting. There's a lot of moving pieces to this, and we need a common benchmark assessment across our system to perform better for students.
Okay, and you mentioned Tier 1 in your conversation with Dr. Brumley?
Yeah, we're in constant conversation with the state. We almost have even partnered with them around a lot of our literacy work as we start doing our work. And so we've had a full conversation with Dr. Brumley and his staff around all of the assessment and the work we're doing, specifically as we're trying to increase performance in literacy and mathematics.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just want to point out that ANET is not Tier 1 for high school, 9 through 12. Might be Tier 1 for other grades, but I don't want people to be confused because I said it's not Tier 1. It's not. It's Tier 2 for high school. That means we would have to then still supplement that. And so we both saying same things, but it will sound confusing when you saying Tier 1 and I'm saying Tier 2. I'm just pointing out that a piece is not Tier 1, it is Tier 2. I didn't want anybody to be confused on the tiers. All right, and my last comment just simply is, I hate for us to do this and then the state says we changing the ball game and we could have just simply waited. And that's it. I'm gonna be quiet for real.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. The board is clear. We now go to the audience on the substitute motion, which is to delay item 8 until the May full board meeting.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Sierra Hart. I'm with the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. As an educator that teaches 140 children every single day, we utilize Illuminate at my school. Just for those teachers who may not know about Illuminate, it's a great program, especially when it comes to aggregating data. You're able to get different charts, comparisons of student data to look to really see how you can push your students. You can look at data from previous years if you're using the program. I think it'll be great for the teachers to be able to use. It helps me with my students as far as pushing them. We just had a benchmark. We utilize Illuminate to be able to do that. I know that, change sometimes comes quickly, but I think the program will be great. So thank you.
I have worked with Dr. Tia Mills for long enough, and we all know I'm Storm. I pretty much know everything that's going on in the district, and she's better than I am at knowing what's going on. So if she is telling you that something might be coming down the line, I would listen very intently. Also, I think this board found out this week how quickly we can do something. We've got, what month is it? I don't know. I had the hospital today, so I don't even know what month are we in, Dad? It's April. Okay. So we got April, we got May. So put it on May. We got June, we got July. We're not giving the test till August. I'm pretty sure we will be okay because I 100% want this new dibbles for these elementary teachers. 100% want that. So, it'll be fine to put this off until May. This is not a speed race, especially when the state might change something, and then we've wasted $500,000, unless there's a kickback.
Hi, I would ask that you please defer this to May. And then also, I saw some eyes light up when I mentioned let's have a meeting to talk about how we're spending the CARES money. So if we could schedule that and send out an email to the stakeholders and teachers to do that, I'll show up. I'll bring my kids. I'll bring my kids' teachers. Let's get a plan of how we're going to spend all this money to make sure that school next year is safe. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Harmon. I'm also a constituent in East Baton Rouge Parish and also with Step Up Louisiana. And I do think it is wise to push this to May. I mentioned earlier coming up here, we have to make wise decisions, and I really feel like this is a wise decision. We need to see where the state is going to go. Maybe that could be an aid to help us figure this out. Because again, we're trusting you guys to be our fiduciary stewards in utilizing this money in the best way possible, in the most effective way as well. And I honestly believe we need to push this to May. We're in no rush. This isn't an immediate need of urgency. So we have time. We have time, and we're trusting in your own wisdom to make the right decision. And this is a wise decision to move this to May. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that this motion was a wonderful motion because we really and truly need to be fiscally conservative about our spending. Hopefully, if we bring this back in May, CEDO can provide us with a list that actually reflects what money we've received, where the money is actually going, and how much we will actually have left. Because as I've told you before, the population that is the most federally covered is our children with disabilities. And my child is full of energy right now because he is saying wait until May on this issue because we need to spend some money on our children with disabilities. We need to think about them. And we also, I thank Dr. Mills for talking about the Accountability Commission and what they have coming down the line, because the Special Education Advisory Panel in LDOE have some stuff coming down the line too. So wait, get your panties out of a bunch and wait. I think somebody has told me once before, a wise man will hold on to his money because sometimes some things might go on sale. So let's just wait. And also remember, we still have to pay everybody $1,300. $1,300. So let's wait and let's come back with that ledger. Thank you so much for the friendly motion.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Godet.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. Two items I'd like to bring up. First of all, I'd like to extend my apologies to Dr. Cito and Ms. Okonski for the comments that were made regarding a kickback. That is absurd to bring that kind of talk in when no one has any indication of anything like that. And particularly for you, Ms. Okonski, I apologize for you because your integrity and professionalism is above board and has always been the top of the line. And to have any implication that you would be accepting any kind of kickback is just simply ridiculous. Second thing, for Dr. Mills and others, I hope you realize that Bessie does not have a May board meeting that is on their calendar. There is no board meeting for May, so Bessie can take no action. There is no board meeting on for the Bessie board itself, which would have to take action on this, so there's no possibility of Bessie action until June. And so for those reasons, if we delay this, we're not going to have any more information in May than we have now. And it would just be kicking the can down the road like we continue to do when we have, ma'am, I'll give you the floor if you'd like to say something. You have an accountability, but that does not pass the rules. The rules cannot be passed to Bessie, and until Bessie passes it, it is not final. Okay,
I'd
that's...
like to,
Yeah.
we need to stick down to, we're not having a
Yes,
argument.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But until Bessie passes it, it is not final, and Bessie would have absolutely no option to pass it until June. And that, their meeting is at the end of June, which would put us in July. So if we don't pass it and get on with it, we don't have it for this coming year. So let's not fool ourselves into how we do this. This is where we are. We keep kicking the can down the road. Let's either do it, or let's say we're not going to do it and recognize that by not doing this, we're not doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. The board is clear. So we are now, the vote will occur on the substitute motion, which is to move the item to the May full board meeting. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Substitute motion.
Yeah, that's what I said. There was a substitute motion, yes.
The motion fails.
We are now back on the original motion to approve the item. Madam Secretary,
1 second.
reset and go when you get a chance.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item 10, consideration of the proposed recommendation for the naming of the new school to be located at the University Terrace site. And before we take a motion, we're doing this because we need language, correct, Counselor?
That's correct, President Tapman. We want this to read consideration of the proposed recommendation for the naming of the new school to be located at the University Terrace site as McKinley Elementary School.
As McKinley Elementary School. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Godet, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Okay. Seeing no questions or comments from the board, we go to the audience on the naming of the new university of what Gwen just read, of the University Terrace site as McKinley Elementary.
Good evening, everyone. Devin Wright, member of the community in this area, pastor in this area, lifelong member of the community. As I spoke last week, the community as a whole, I believe that this is, out of the 3 names that were lifted, this is best name, and I hope that you all will unanimously vote to name this McKinley Elementary School. And then again, I'd be remiss if I did not say that as we move further along, we want to look at redrawing those district lines so that McKinley Elementary, McKinley Middle, McKinley High will all be in the same sub-district of our district. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments on the naming of the UT site as McKinley Elementary?
Good evening, Tressa Augustine, employee of East Baton Rouge Parish at the University Terrace site and a alumni of Buchanan. First, let me say that as a parent of a child who goes there currently, who was on that committee to name that school, Buchanan Elementary and the McKinley Elementary students all agreed, along with the members, that South Baton Rouge Academy was unanimously voted on all 10 panel members. So I'd like to make that very clear. Second thing, excuse me. I am very glad that they are not considering a person, for the simple fact that things can get a little muddled when we name schools after people. Finally, as a person who grew up in that area, this is my concern. My mother went to McKinley Elementary, when then she went over to Buchanan. There was that school at some point in time. So now we're looking at either A, continuing a history that has already ended, or restarting a history. I am a little unclear about how we would do that. And then finally, someone mentioned that the children from that school would be like the Woodlawn system, where they could feed into McKinley Middle and then feed into McKinley High. 1/3 of those children would be regular elementary students. So they will not be able to feed into McKinley Middle. They would only be able to feed into McKinley High because of the magnet and the gifted components that are there at McKinley Middle and McKinley High. So for those who think that those children will be able to feed into that school, please think about the fact that where their district is now, they will either feed into still Glasgow Middle or Westdale Middle due to their addresses. So if we want to completely do a feed-in program, you're going to either have to make it a magnet, which is not possible, or decrease something at McKinley Middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Both Mr. Gaudet and I attended the meetings, and I particularly walked around and talked to people after the meeting, listened intently during the meeting, and there was an overwhelming desire to name the school McKinley Elementary. That McKinley area is very unique in that it has two representatives. You know, Mr. Gaudet and I. Mr. Gaudet has the physical building, and I have the blood. I've got the people. I got the people. And Mr. Gaudet and I both agreed that we are going to listen to what the people in the area requested, and those at the meeting, because we all know the long history of McKinley High School. You know, the first black high school in the whole territory. You know, and over 100 years old now, and there's so much pride, so much Panther pride in that territory. You would just be amazed. Two of my kids graduated from McKinley High School as well. So I may not have gone to the school, but I got enough Panther blood in me to say I'm very proud to be a McKinley High parent, and I'm proud to be able to introduce McKinley Elementary School. So thank you very much on behalf of the McKinley High territory.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Motion carries. We now move to item 11. Consideration for a request for the approval of the following. A, consolidate Brookstown Middle School and Capital Middle School students at the Capital Middle School site for the 21-22 school year. B, move EBR readiness 9 through 12 to Brookstown Middle School site for the 21-22 school year. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Ballou. Any comments from the board? Ms. Ware Jackson.
Sir, I was the one that asked to pull this item. You know, when we first talked about this and we looked at numbers, you know, everything looked good, you know, made sense. You know, I was asked about McKinley, I'm sorry, I'm still on McKinley, huh? Capital Middle, you know, as far as the capacity and whether there was room and, you know, looking at the situation with EBR readiness. You know, I know it's a situation where it's like one of those emergency type situations. You know, we've got full-grown sized people over at an elementary school, and you know, that's not a good place for them at all. What I want to bring to our attention is that again, the need for a plan that really looks at attendance lines and who's in the schools, because quite frankly, if we make this move and we consolidate Brookstown Middle all over at Capitol, we'll be bringing in at least 9, maybe 10 different neighborhoods into that school. And based on what happened when we moved the Broadmoor kids over to Brookstown, if you talk with that principal about the situations over there, they really needed a lot of help dealing with the territorialism and all. So, you know, I can't support bringing in, you got Easy Town, Gus Young, Melrose East, Brookstown area, McDonald Land, Dixie, Broadmoor, Sherwood Acres, and Glen Oaks, all in the building over at Capitol Middle. And without some extra supports there, there's going to be some big-time trouble. Dr. Jackson is the principal there. She's going to need some real support. And I'm not talking about having 2 principals over there. You know, she's going to need a couple of deans and an AP. They have restorative practice piece over there right now, but Dr. Narcisse, she is really going to need some extra help. You know, I've been there a bunch of times over at Capitol Middle, and I know, you know, I know that territory and some of the things that she's had to go through just on a regular basis, you know. So I really, you know, I just can't support doing this over at Capitol Middle, especially without the supports that I know is going to be needed there, because it'll be, you know, with all the territorialism and the discipline issue is going to be a real big piece here. So I just wanted to explain why I have to vote no on this, and encourage you, you know, that if this thing passes, they're going to need some extra help over there. And we've got to look at these attendance lines, because this is looking ridiculous when you put in 9 or 10 different neighborhoods all in one school, and these neighborhoods are far apart. So I urge us to get that plan together and decide what we need to do with all these buildings that we have. And also looking at the population there, I don't think we took into account that some of those students are going to have to be retained, so not all of them are moving. So we need to take a real close look at this and make sure that school's not bursting out of the seams when it comes to next fall, and we end up with some negative news. So just had to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, Ms. Ware Jackson, Capitol is in your district, correct? Okay, so I give a great deal of respect to everything that you just said on it. I just want us to remember, though, the reason why we get into this work and the message that it sends our students when we tell them that they can't work together because they come from different neighborhoods. And that's not to knock anything that you just said, Ms. Ware Jackson, but that's a real thing. And we're talking about community inclusion. We talking about our students working with each other, changing the outlook and trajectory of our city. That's how we begin to do it. It's about addressing where we have a problem and start putting the pieces there to make it a need. Now, I am in agreement. If this does happen, we have to infuse this school with the resources that they need to move them forward, because clearly we've seen what has happened when those schools are separate and apart. So I also do greatly think about what's going to happen when they do merge and become one inside of the same building. We see the same thing happening at Claiborne when we closed and merged Howell Park. So I want to see a much cleaner, much safer transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Dyson.
Yeah, so we're supposed to be getting our report that's going to include the information from the demographic study and the facilities, and take into account our transition report and all of that. And so I think that we would best wait until we get that report in June to start talking about school consolidations, because it might not be, it may be that the wrong students are zoned to the wrong schools. And I feel like we just need all of the information before we make a decision such as this, because we're continuing, if we do this, we're continuing down the piecemeal path of not having all of the information and devising a master plan, and, very thoughtfully with our strategic plan. So I would like to see us, I would make a motion to, I'd like to make a substitute motion to delay this until we have the information that we are waiting on. Thank you.
You want to second that? Yeah. So we have a substitute motion. So we usually do date certain, Ms. Dyson, so.
So I don't have a June date in certain, because I don't know I don't think we got the June date that the other information was coming. But I would like to say that I'd like it at the soonest available, once we can thoughtfully look through all of the reports that are due in June to us.
So
I don't know how to say the
well,
particular
just,
date.
yeah, I mean, that's pretty.
Point of order, you do not, it
If
does
you
not
don't mind,
require a date.
I didn't recognize you for point
Sorry.
of order yet.
Oh, I don't have to be recognized.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bernard, what did you say? Okay, go ahead. Shoot. So tell me I'm sorry, Ms. Dyson, tell me what your substitute motion is?
My substitute motion is to wait until we have the reports for the facility plan that includes thoughtfulness with the demographic study and all of the pieces that are going to be going into that, and that I'd like to wait until we have the ability to make a complete master plan. And we're knowing why we're doing each move that we're making. And so I don't have a definite date, a specific date, but we have to wait, in my opinion, until after we receive and can digest the report in June.
So my ability to digest that report might be different than another board member's ability to digest that report. And so I'm just trying to get it right. And that's all I'm trying to do, is get it right. So, I mean, do we want to say to the next board meeting after we've received the report, or,
Mr. Tappan?
If you want it to be nebulous, I'm happy for it to be nebulous.
I would make a suggestion, maybe a motion to delay this to a date not certain.
Okay.
That sounds good. And then we know when we're ready. And we've gotten time to digest all of the information.
You have the motion? You feel like you got it? And you're good with that, whatever it is? Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes, thank you.
A motion, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. A motion to delay the consolidation of Brookstown Middle School and Capital Middle School students at the Capital Middle School site for the 2021-2022 school year and to move EBR readiness to the Brookstown Middle School site for the 2021-2022 school year to a date not certain.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, so this has been some good dialogue around this topic, first and foremost, but this would be my question. If we move this to June, what does that put us inside of this process? Because we have to think about several things. If we did it in June, we won't be able to vote on until the regular board meeting, and we would still have to notify the school and the family. So I'm thinking about the process of, okay, let's say that we voted to move them. I think that's too late in the process for them to figure out which school they're going to go to 1 month before school starts back. Another thing that we need to think about is swing space. We have several schools that we have to get ready to build out. And we said during this process when we voted on this last time that there was not enough swing space available at this time. There's several groundbreakings that we have to do around the district. So then where would we put the students that are already at EBR readiness at Banks Elementary now? Because what I do know is they can't stay inside of that building, not in that deplorable shape. So we have to figure out timeliness and where do we put those EBR readiness students? And those are some serious things we have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Agode.
Thank you, President Tapman. Mr. Lannis said some of the same things I was going to say. Again, timing-wise, is kicking the can down the road. If we don't pass this tonight, then we got to figure out what do we do with the folks at EBR Readiness. Because, again, they can't stay where they are, and we can't decide to move them with a vote in late June or July, because we just heard all the parents complaining about us changing things on them at the last minute and so on and so on and so on. So I don't know if I'm for this or against this, but I have to say that we got to decide one way or the other, because we need to get folks, particularly at the EBR readiness, if we're not going to do this, they got to come up with a plan B and be working on the plan B. So I am against the motion to defer. We should either vote it up or vote it down. And then let's go with it. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road, because these people need to know where they're going to be at school. And if EBR readiness is not going to be there, we have to have our staff go figure out where they need to be. So that's just where I am. And I'm not saying how I'm going to vote on the final motion, because I haven't decided yet, but we need to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, and I understand the sentiment behind Ms. Dyson's motion. It'd be ideal to be able to, if we're going to change an attendance line, that we're going to do everything at one time, but that is a long process, and right now we've got a lot of students, a lot of families waiting to find out where they're going to be going to school, and I just don't. I don't think just getting one piece in a few months is going to solve anything, and I think we need to vote on it today and let those families know where they're going to be going to school. And also, who is this guy over here with all these great points? Calm, reserved, inspiring. Man, he's. You're out of order. What happened? But I agree with everything he said, and I'm just impressed with Darius today. I don't know. He's inspiring. He's made a lot of good points tonight.
I think that means that Darius is buying dinner. I don't know what's going on with that. Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman. And yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing as my colleagues as it relates to the timing of it. This conversation is not new. This conversation began when Mr. Smith was the interim superintendent. We had several opportunities to figure out all of the things that folks are talking about tonight. So even if you don't support it, I just wish that we just go ahead, vote against it, and decide what's the next plan. But we've had this conversation several times because this whole conversation came about because of what was happening at EBR readiness. And so we had opportunities to bring ideas, to bring solutions and resolutions. So if you don't want to vote for it, just vote against it so that we can figure out what to do next.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Howard. The board is clear. We now go to the audience on the substitute motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dyson. You weren't up.
That's okay, Mr. President. I just want someone to refresh my memory. So the initial plan was that Mr. Munson had gotten a facility ready. Was it Glen Oaks, the original Glen Oaks Middle campus?
It's the knee case.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
When all this started, this is...
Originally, there was an option to look at a piece of Glen Oaks campus, not the full campus.
Yes.
And so there were pros, there were parts of that campus that were in better shape, but it was not conducive. The whole campus, there still needed to be some remedial issues, and we had to also spend a lot of money to bring that site up to par. So again, this move would be less overall spending because both sites are in good shape. You're moving students into two good facilities.
And we don't have any plans on what we're doing with the Glen Oaks Middle site that has been partially renovated?
Mr. Munson and his team have done remedial work there, and it can include more work in the future. It can become a swing space because we're going to need that in the future anyway. So as we get closer to those dates and times where we may need swing space, it could serve as that campus, but we'll have a much longer ramp to prepare that site for that.
And that's the area of town we're going to need the swing space in?
Sometimes you need swing space wherever you can get it. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We now go to the audience. We are going to the audience on item number 11.
Point of order, it's the substitute motion.
Yeah.
Number 11.
The substitute motion is up. Yeah.
Can you say the substitute motion again, please?
Well, we're discussing the subject matter, so I think we go to the audience for both motions. I mean, we don't go back in between motions. So whether you want to speak for the substitute or the main, this is your opportunity.
Thank you so much, Board President Tapman. I am in a huge disagreement with the merging of Brookstown Middle and Capitol Middle. I spoke when Drake was here in regards to EBR readiness, getting a new building. We had a board meeting that passed, this board particularly, passed the agenda item stating that we would create not one, but two alternative schools, one on each side of the parish, each end, because of gangs. So now you want to look me in my face and tell me that it was okay for us to pass that, and now we're going to merge two schools that Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson just took out the time and named areas that do not work. I remember Mike Goday had Arlington Prep removed from his district and sent over to Ms. Collins. He didn't do that for South Downs, and they in a dilapidated building. But yet you want to take the children that you claim you love, that you care about, that you really and truly want to make the best of. You want them to go in a building in an area that you know is detrimental to them? Tell me how that is socially, emotionally healthy. Tell me. I will gladly wait. Mr. Lannis know Glen Oaks would never merge with Scotlandville. It would never merge with Capitol. It would never merge with Estroma. It would never merge
with any school in this district. Why? Because it's a rivalry. Mr. Howard would know the same thing, just like every board member up there. Why would you sit there and want to make that suggestion? And have we ever looked at the impact that this would have on the staff? On the staff. Where are they supposed to go? Where are they supposed to go? Tell me, Cito, where they gonna go? Where are they gonna work? I don't want it from nobody else other than the person that's supposed to be our leader. Because our leader don't know the area in order for him to lead, and that's a problem. I think we should entertain Ms. Dyson's motion, her friendly motion, to get us that information like it was requested at the cow that had us here till 2 in the morning to discuss this item. Provide that information with the impact and bring the people that will be impacted and affected by it, bring them in on it. Let their voices be heard. And that's when you can make a decision. If you want to lead, you lead by listening. You don't make asinine decisions without getting people's impact or information. That's my statement.
Thank you, Ms. Corley.
Good evening, everyone. I'm James Finney. I've heard that this administration likes data-driven decisions, so I have some data for you. As of a few days ago, the 45 students that were at the Banks location were from 70714, one student, 70791, one student, 5 students from 70802, 6 from 70805, 2 from 70806, 3 from 70807, 1 from 70808, 3 from 70810, 4 from 70811, 4 from 70812, 1 from 70814, 4 from 70815, 4 from 70816, 3 from 70817, 1 from 70818, and 2 from 70820. So that accounts for the 45 students that you want to displace 300 middle school students for. 45 students who did something to get themselves suspended or expelled, and you're going to kick 300 students out of their school in late April. By the way, the Beechwood campus houses 45 students as of earlier this week. The Greenville campuses houses 34. The Eden Park campus houses 0 as far as I know. The Old South Boulevard houses 0 as far as I know. Glen Oaks Middle School houses 0. So I don't see any reasonable way that you can justify kicking 300 perfectly innocent kids out of their middle school, jamming them into another school and going from two nice roomy schools to one pretty crowded school where there's suddenly going to be excuses not to be able to provide all the services that are legally required for those students. And when Mr. Lannis persuaded you not to move the kids from Banks, whoever it is that week or month, to Glen Oaks, I'm pretty sure I heard the administration say they were going to come back with a comprehensive proposal, not a, let's kick 300 poor middle school students out, not warn them so they couldn't get a whole bunch of people here to argue about it. Hope that passes before anybody really pays any attention to what's going on. And oh, by the way, we still don't have a clue what we're going to do to reduce the number of suspensions or expulsions or get those people back on the right path so they all graduate. So, you hired somebody that's not qualified for the job, so be it. But at some point you have to have some standards and you have to make him do his job or find somebody that can do it, because this is pathetic. There is nothing that justifies this move. Nothing. I listed, 5 campuses that would be better spots to put them? I didn't even list the Red Oaks Elementary where you've got another population.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any other comments from the audience?
Despite the fact that my opinion may or may not be valued, I'm going to say what I want anyway, because despite the fact that people may not respect the position that I'm in, Out of the thousands of members that I have in my union, 80% of the individuals in the membership had enough confidence in me to have me in this position today, speaking on behalf of the state affiliate. So I'm going to say this. I'm not in favor of the merger. I'm very concerned about the teacher per pupil ratio. That is of grave concern to me. Basically taking students, uprooting them from a community and a culture that they've grown accustomed to place them somewhere else in a new location, new everything. I've had the opportunity, unfortunately, to experience something like that when I was an elementary school teacher, and it completely impacted the students that I taught in a negative way. Their lives were forever changed, and it took a very long time to get them on the right track and comfortable enough to be in the setting that they were in to move forward. I do agree with Mr. Godet and Mr. Landis. Whatever decision is made, it needs to be made tonight, and it is my hope that it is not to merge. But whatever you all decide, I'm pretty sure you're going to pretty much do whatever you want anyway, regardless of what the public says. So thank you.
I wasn't going to talk on this option, but I have to respond to something somebody else said. Our alternative students need a safe place as well. They need a clean school as well. They need a decent school as well. Yes, they may have made bad decisions. Yes, they may have gotten put out of school for whatever reason. They may have gotten it put into that situation. But they need a safe place as well, with caring, loving teachers. And alternative teachers are some of the most dedicated teachers that I have ever met. And so, you know, I do want them to have a good school to be able to go into, because the situation they are currently in is absolutely phenomenally unacceptable. I do understand other people's weariness of combining the two schools, and I was getting text messages as board member where Jackson was speaking from teachers in that district, agreeing with her 100%. I know we don't have a lot of swing space. I know we've gone back and forth on what to do. And so, as a last little bit, Karanda said, put him at Glen Oaks High.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. I'm up. I agree. I can't keep up with who I agree with. But whoever said that we need to make a decision tonight, I agree with y'all. And it's not that I'm, you know, I think we need to make a decision because I think we're getting short on time. I think we got to let parents and know where they're going to be going to school, and so I'm not for putting it off. I think we got to make a decision and then go with it, whatever that's going to be, so that parents can plan. And so that is the only reason I will vote against the substitute motion. I guess, like, I don't know who I'm like. Maybe you, Mr. Godet. I don't know. Maybe you, Mr. Howard. But I don't know how I'm going to vote on it. But I definitely think we need to make a decision and then turn staff loose on whatever's going to happen. And so those are my comments. Mr. Godet.
Thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to make one quick comment because some allusion was made in the public comments about Arlington. I just want to be very clear. Arlington had to move because that building was falling apart. And it was so far out of ADA compliance, it wasn't even in the alphabet. And so something absolutely had to be done to that building, and that's why it was moved. And I really appreciate Board Member Collins being able to take that school to move in her area. And I think from what I've seen in visiting the school, it's doing very well where it is with a good facility. So I don't want to cast any aspersions on the students that attend Arlington, because they needed to be moved because that building was falling apart. And they were a high school compared to South Downs being a much lower level of students in there. I'm like Mr. Tapman, President Tapman, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to vote on this, but you know, this is something that predates Dr. Cito coming in. This is not, yes, he signed the letter, but this is a recommendation coming from staff. This has been an issue that's been floating around since Mr. Drake was here. So this is not a superintendent issue. This is an issue of what do we have and what's the best way to do it, and how should the staff address it. I'm not 100% convinced that this is the best way to address it. So I'm still mulling that over, but please, you know, in 3 months, Dr. Narcisse has not turned over every barrel. I got to tell you that. And, you know, we have to start, you know, people were saying things about Ms. Okonski. Well, this is a recommendation that originated with Mr. Smith and Mr. Nikes. And so this is what's before us right now from the staff. And we got to decide if we want to go with this or not. And if not, then the staff's going to have to go back and come up with another plan. So thank you, President Tapman.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to just echo that sentiment that this decision was not made by anyone on this board. It was not made this month. This decision was made months ago. The announcement just didn't come out until now. Also, we was talking about students and movement. I just want to remind folks that when Glen Oaks High School shut down in 2016, half of those students went to Scotlandville. The same schools we said that couldn't work with each other. In fact, those students loved that school so much they didn't come back, which is why my school is still under-enrolled. Just want to point that out. I also have several students from Glen Oaks that attend Scotlandville, Bel Air, Estruma, and it's vice versa. Students from Estruma area in 70805, they attend other schools in other areas also. And I'll give you a quick synopsis of who is doing this at a great rate. Mentorship at Madison Prep. They get students from every single zip code all across our city and parish. And they do a very good job working with those students, getting them to work together, building a school community that is beneficial for them and their families. And I just want to speak to something Mr. Feeney said, because he said that we need to do something to reduce suspensions and exposures. I agree. I think the best way we do that is do away with the zero tolerance policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Vice President Collins.
Just want, some of this was mentioned last meeting, but as a refresher, the capacity that will be at the Capitol Middle after the schools consolidate. Can I get that number?
Good evening. The capacity is projected to be around 85 to 90%. And again, remember, you're rolling students forward, so it's only really the 6th and 7th graders of Brookstown going to Capitol. The incoming 6th graders would never have been on the Brookstown campus. So it'll be, you know, that'll be a new school for them as well.
And the students at Brookstown and Capitol, where do they matriculate to high school?
Both schools currently go and go into Estruma High School. So they all attend the same high school unless they go outside for programming. And also the attendance zone, this merged attendance zone will match the Estruma High School attendance zone.
Okay, so then the consolidated Capitol.
Correct.
Those two attendance zones will sit on top of each other.
Well, currently, if you remember from the chart, if you take the Estruma zone and kind of cut it in half, Brookstown is on the north side and Capitol's on the south. This will make one attendance zone that matches the
So a
Stroma High School zone.
solid feeder pattern.
Correct.
Do you happen to, somebody had a question about teacher-pupil ratio. My understanding has been that there won't be a decrease or increase in the teacher-pupil ratio, but am I incorrect in that understanding?
Yeah, Ms. Donaldson can speak to the details, but
Okay.
it'll follow the district staffing plan and the staffing formula.
So nothing unique about this that would cause a change in the teacher?
With the
pupil
exception, I will say, normally, both schools are in a CIR school, so they'll be upstaffed to a certain degree as well and get additional resources.
Okay, all right. And then, that's it. I was gonna ask Mr. Smith to refresh everybody or enlighten everybody on the history of that Brookstown Middle Camp. As a matter of fact, let's do that, just real briefly, Mr. Smith.
Sure.
Because it also points to the uniqueness of the Brookstown Middle Campus situation.
And I can take a first stab at that too. I think it was
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
2014 when the school was initiated as a magnet program school and a regular school as well with a magnet component. It did that for several years, and then in 2017 when Estruma began to come online, the magnet program was moved to the Estruma High School campus where it is today. And so Brookstown reverted back to a traditional school only. So really, Brookstown has functioned as a middle school for about 7 years.
Okay, so 2014, it opened as a brand-new middle school.
I think it was 13 or 14. I think Adam would know for sure.
A brand-new middle school a few years ago with a magnet and traditional component.
Correct.
The board in 2017 decided it was best, well, prior to that point, but it was implemented in 2017 that half of that campus on Brookstown Middle, the magnet, be moved to Estruma Middle.
Correct, and the reason why we opened Brookstown Elementary as a middle school is because we had a population of students who were traveling a far distance across town because of the state takeover, Prescott Middle. And
Okay.
so to bring those kids closer to home, Brookstown was closed as an elementary school. It sat vacant for a little while, and the district reopened it as a middle school to capture those middle school students who wanted to stay in EBR and not attend the RSD Prescott.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yeah, we're talking about kicking the can down the road, and, you know, we've been kicking that can for so long. These are the kinds of things that we constantly run into. You know, I don't like to go with the if I woulda, coulda, shoulda stuff, but, you know, we've been talking about particular issues for several years with no motion, no movement on it. Just a couple of years ago, we had a retreat where there were lots of things that were going to take place in 2019, and oddly enough, we postponed to definitely a date uncertain when it comes to looking at facilities and attendance lines and capacity and all of those things. And now here we are in a situation where we've got 45 kids in an elementary school setting where they never should have been in the first place. If we had looked at facilities and everything a while back, this would have been taken care of a long time ago. You know, I don't expect this to pass, this substitute motion, because we're in crunch time now, you know, and you know, we've looked at different things. Like someone said, we looked at Glen Oaks Middle. There was enough room there to accommodate the number of students that we're talking about. But for whatever reason, you know, we couldn't do that. We spent some dollars getting that semi-ready, just so that we could look and see that, you know, it's not horrible. You know, it's a whole lot better. really nice, well, let me not get into Glen Oaks Middle once again, because I've been through that already. But the main point I want to make is that this is what happens. We keep, in the situation with Brookstown, we robbed Peter to pay Paul. We did what we needed to do for Estruma. Brookstown suffered. And we put a program in there that was supposed to attract kids so that the school would act like a magnet without having to be a magnet, since it had lost its magnet to another school. That worked for a while, and then, we don't know what happened. But, I'm saying all this just to say I am just so tired of making these decisions that work for one area, it doesn't work for another area. We just need some consistency in the what and the why we do things, and we need to be proactive. And this is another situation where we have to react and we have to make a decision, and without really looking at all of the pieces and parts. I don't know how many zip codes Dr. Finney counted off, but I don't know, probably more zip codes than neighborhoods I could name. But at any rate, without the proper supports and knowing that, these populations will be attended to, I can't support moving those kids. And knowing the history of Brookstown and, all of the different things that it's been through, from, being a school that had a magnet program where kids were walking around with little jackets on like they were in private school. Their attitudes changed, all kinds of things changed, but we didn't consider that. We had to go and prop up another school. So we need a master plan, and this is a prime example of why we do. We lost, pre-K couldn't come to the table because of attendance line changes, where, we couldn't move these kids, because we didn't have enough time, or whatever reason we could give. We couldn't put pre-K in areas that never had it, could never attract kids into the school from the neighborhood. And hopefully, all of those things would work a whole lot better and smoother if we wouldn't have kicked the big can down the road, and we keep doing that. And I agree. We need to decide. We needed to decide months ago on what was going to take place. So I just had to say that. I'm sorry. Anyway, I just feel for those kids and the faculty that's going to be affected by this, and some of the charter schools that'll be sitting by waiting to suck up whatever. Let me stop.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Okay, so here we are, item number 11. We have a substitute motion by Ms. Dyson and Ms. Ware-Jackson to postpone to a date uncertain. Is that correct, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Board's clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Motion fails. We're now on the main motion by Mr. Lannis and Mr. Ballou to approve the item. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
The motion carries.
Motion is approved. We move now to item number 12. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, CASEL, in the amount of $152,000 to provide district-wide social, emotional learning coordination and support. Funding source, the CARES Act. Do I have a motion? Ms. Collins moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Howard seconds. I see no questions or comments from the board. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, we go to the audience. Are there any comments from the audience on item 12?
The contract needs to be changed because the dates are in July.
Hello again. From what I remember of the backup from a week ago, you're paying for this with CARES Act money. I haven't seen that budget yet, and I don't think you have either. So assuming that's the source of funding, approving this is premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney.
Good evening. My name is Paige Colwell. I'm actually just here to talk about Senate Bill 211 because it is, if it is approved, which it should be approved, I think, in the next couple of months, it actually requires Bessie to work on social and emotional learning training for teachers and administrators. I don't know anything else other about it. I think that we need to do some more research into it because if we don't have to spend the CARES Act money, if the state is going to pay for it, then you know, just trying to figure out how to save money, basically. Because I think we do need the social and emotional learning, and I think that CASEL, I've looked into it, and it seems like a great program. But if the state is already going to pay for it, then I don't want us to spend district money that we could use on something else, like maybe special education supports, because we don't have enough of those. So please consider that. Thank you.
Wait 1 second. Just one moment. Go ahead.
Are you saying that the state is considering requiring it or considering just paying for it? And I think they already have some SEL stuff they doing, but on a small basis.
So I don't know. I just know that the bill is up for consideration. And I'm not a lawyer or anything like that. So I read about it, and I just want you guys to know about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
The legislature. Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Collins, I would like to answer your question because I think I might be your legal expert right here on that part. First Lady Donna Edwards had a bill authored also in this legislation to deal with adverse childhood experiences in addition to social emotional learning. That adverse childhood experiences is we already have people in our state that are highly certified and credentialed to do that. I am one. We also have Dr. Roberta Vicari, who is the lead person over our blue buses that our school system had. She also is certified in doing this work. So there are people that are certified directly in Baton Rouge that actually have the experience and the certification and the credentialing that is providing this training for free. So we don't have to spend our CARES Act money that we need. Additionally, when will we get the organizational chart that actually reflect how this system is going to work, along with any budget neutral jobs? Because right now we just keep robbing Peter to pay Paul, to pay Susie, to pay Johnny, and to pay Pluto. I would like it if we could stop flip-flopping on different subjects, and we could actually talk about what the real thing is at hand.
if we're going to require, I do believe we should require our school system staff to have social emotional learning, but also I believe that we need to require all of the cabinet, CETO, and the board. Because right now, y'all have made me socially, emotionally drained. Because y'all have not done anything. And Mr. Godet, I'm telling you, I laugh too sometimes. I have to laugh to keep from crying because it's a damn shame on how we actually do when it comes to this money. I don't want us to be like sharks all trying to get the bait to eat it up. Or should I say alligators in the swamp, because we are in the Bayou State. I want us to actually really and truly think about the impact that it has on every single person. If I am socially, emotionally, mentally ineffective, then that impact could affect Ms. Dyson, which could then affect CETO, that can also affect Mr. Blue. So I just think that we need to make sure that it is every single person that actually have to do this training, as well as the parents. But we definitely need to provide the support, and we definitely don't need to spend the CARES Act money on that because it is free. And the author of that legislation, Mr. Tapman, for adverse childhood experiences is Senator Katrina Jackson.
Mr. Tapman, if I could just have a point of personal privilege. Was still coming.
I think we might be. Any other comments from the audience? Yes, sir, Mr. Howard.
So I've said here, and I wasn't going to say anything, but people are allowed to disagree, but the level of disrespect is just uncalled for. Ms. Curley has came up here several times and identified everybody else by board member Dyson, board member Mr., and called the superintendent CETO on multiple occasions. You don't have to agree with nothing this man says. You don't have to like him, but you need to respect him as a member of this community. And so nobody else is going to say something about it, but I'm going to say something. You don't have to. I didn't vote for Dr. Narcisse, but you still need to respect this man for his position, whether you agree or disagree with what he has to say.
No,
that's just disrespectful. And I don't think us as a board should continue to allow the level of disrespect that is continuously going on with that and calling him by his first name, whether you like him or not.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I skipped over you, Ms. Collins.
That's okay. Is anybody prepared? Can somebody, we didn't do it last time. Look like, hallelujah, we're going to get out of here before 2 a.m. Some people don't necessarily understand the castle setup, and it might help people if they understood it as to why it's still a good idea to do it regardless of some other factors. Is anybody prepared to just give a little, a long presentation, but a basic overview of how CASA operates in other districts and how we're looking to do it if this passes here? Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Collins, we'll have Ms. Dupree, please come up.
Hi, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give y'all an overview, and I hope that I cover everything. This is really low, sorry. I'm a little taller than everybody else. I've had the wonderful experience to do a lot of research over the years because I've been working in mental health for quite some time. And this is by far one of the best programs that I've looked at and that I've had the opportunity to start engaging with. So a lot of people think that social emotional learning is just, hey, this is a curriculum. Social emotional learning is a structure. It's a structure that looks at the key components that students need. There are 5 key social emotional components. CASEL helps us take what we have, take the structure that supports social emotional, and helps us look at the programs we have to implement it. It starts in the classroom. It then moves out to the school where we adjust culture. It goes to the community where we engage the community and our families. So it's not just a curriculum. CASEL will provide the support to look at what we have, to develop what other components we need in social emotional learning, and help us tutor and coach our staff, our teachers, to help us help our students. Ms. Collins, did I cover it?
I think that's important for people to understand. It's not just I mean, there are a lot of lifestyle and social emotional books and curriculum, as you mentioned, but CASEL is going to help us implement a system of support. Is
And-
that the best way to, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And one of the things that may help people understand, as you know, as a district, we go through accreditation, and you have an accrediting organization that has structures and protocol to help you move up to the level you need to be at. CASEL is very similar to that. They're going to help us get the structure, the training, and what we need to move up to the level we need to be at. And I'm very impressed with them. And they are well versed at working with districts like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I just want to say that I must attest what one of our staff members just said. I went to the CASEL conferences, saw it firsthand. They use stellar tools to move the needle in those spaces. So I definitely support it.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move to item 13, consideration of a request for the approval of the following job positions and descriptions. Deputy Chief of Policy, A, Deputy Chief of Policy, B, Director of Equity and Diversity, C, Chief of Literacy. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Gode, seconded by Mr. Lannis. The board is clear. Are there any comments from the audience on job positions and descriptions?
Board Member Howard, remember during Dr. Narcise's interview, he kept saying he was going to bring his village, bring his village, bring his village, and you stopped him. You said, "Who is your village?" And he was like, "Oh, no, 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 my wife and my daughter. That's who I'm bringing with me. That's my village, my wife and my daughter." But as I look around this room, we see 4 of those village members, plus 2 he sneaked in behind the board's back, and now 3 more that he's putting on the agenda, one of which will usurp the board's power. If y'all actually vote for somebody who has power over you, that just, you need to make sure you have read the job description and what they have the ability to do. That person, your employee, you have 2 employees. That person, your employee, would be hiring somebody who would policy you. That would be like me hiring somebody to direct my principal. That's just not what we're supposed to do. Also, remember that we do not have any money. We just keep saying that. I know CARES Act is here right now, but let's, remember that we're poor, and you don't just run out and go buy a Hummer because you went get a lottery check. And you can't put flexible spending as your pay source on all 3 job descriptions. We are not your blank check. Also, Board Member Gode, nobody said anything about Andrea at all. Nothing whatsoever. It was actually then Superintendent Joseph who took the kickbacks in Tennessee. But considering everything follows Dr. Narcise, I wouldn't be surprised if he did it too, just for your clarification.
Good evening again. Maybe I'm remembering the timeline incorrectly, but I believe at the meeting in January, when Dr. Narcise, who was still Chief of Secondary Schools in DC, while he was already allegedly your superintendent. He asked for 24 new positions, and I think there was some suggestion that that would somehow be revenue neutral. Well, I teach math, so far he has, I think, created about $750,000 in new spending in the central office, and I don't think he has added any reductions in spending, and I don't think he's put more teachers in the classroom. So let's go through the list. In terms of highest paid people in this district, you have Dr. Narcisse, who, even though I don't respect, I'll call him doctor, at $255,000. You have Mr. Shamlin at something north of $136,000. The next highest paid people is a five-way tie. You have Dr. Sharon Williams, you have Dr. Clarence Michael Robinson, you have Karan Smith, and you have Frank Chester, who, by the way, appears not to be qualified for the job he holds based on comparing his job description you approved with the credentials that I got from HR pursuant to a public record request. Oh, and somebody who is in a position that you did not approve being opened back up, Alexandra Darrow Stubbs, also has a salary of $130,000. So I, like some of my colleagues in the audience, are curious if Dr. Lashley is upset about her measly salary of $107,000, and that's why there's now a director of literacy, because that is, or chief of whatever, because that's somehow better than the job she has now. You know, who knows? I have no idea who Dr. Narcisse intends to hire, but I do know that you have a board policy that says there must be notices of vacancy posted. I'm still waiting for the response from my public record request that is far overdue when I asked for those notices of vacancy for the 6 really well-paying central office jobs, one of which I would have been interested in applying for had I seen the notice of vacancy. It doesn't say much for the ship that you on the board have been running for the last several years if there's no internal candidate worth even interviewing. But somehow, I have the feeling a majority of you will say, give the new guy what he wants, let him go ahead and bankrupt the system. You know, he'll be gone in 3 years like has been his custom. But I would urge some of you that claim to be conservative, have a little bit of fiduciary responsibility and vote no on this. Thank you.
As he pointed out, this came up before with the 24 job items, and at that time, plenty of teachers and parents showed up to say that we don't want those jobs. We don't have the money for those jobs. But this item came up around 8 hours into the meeting last week, and has come up 6 hours into the meeting this week. And there's a line of people standing outside, and those are the people who can stay up this late and have childcare and can be here. So for those of us who can't be here, let me read the description of this new chief of policy. The deputy chief of policy will work to provide professional oversight on the development of aligned procedures and policies for East Baton Rouge Public Schools. They will operationalize and clarify the district's policy for stakeholder access to the clear standard operating procedures of the district. That sounds a lot like y'all's jobs. And when you look at the breakdown for that job description, which is 3 pages, it breaks down into jobs that are sort of your jobs and jobs that are the PR director's jobs to make sure everybody knows the plan. We don't need this, all right? And I didn't look deep into the other 2 because I have other things to do with my time, but we don't need this. We said when it was 24 jobs, we don't need this. We're saying when it's these 3 and the last 3 and the few that snuck in, that we don't need this. Please vote against these jobs, or at least amend them to set the salary at the same salary that our teachers are paid, as all your salaries should be.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dominique Dallas. I'm the Executive Director of the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. So back in fall 2019, Slice advocated for an equity-minded superintendent. As equity continues to be top of mind, how are we going to guarantee an equity lens? If we want our superintendent to be equity-minded, we need to have an equity officer to serve as a filter, a check and balance, if you will, to ensure policies, plans, and strategies are equity-focused, because we want all of our kids to be successful, right? I would encourage us as a community to expand our perspective beyond a myopic view of resources and embrace the steps that will render change in our community. If we are serious about equity, then we have to be serious about the change that will support the growth which we want to see in our kids and our community. Equity officers ensure schools do not perpetuate the disparities we have been witnessing, because quite frankly, some of the current beliefs and practices of our district are contributing to the gaps in achievements we see in our students. All the while, being an equity-focused district requires an equity-minded SOUP and an equity officer who can courageously and consistently ask the questions that will support all students. We cannot simply want equity in theory. Here is our opportunity and chance to further manifest equity in practice. Thank you, team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for your service. Again, it is almost 11 o'clock and you're still here. So I just want to start off by saying thank you, because I know that's hard. Again, my name is Sierra Hart. I am the Director of Organizing and Strategy and an 8th grade Louisiana history teacher here in East Baton Rouge. So under the supervision of the superintendent or designee, this position is responsible for developing and implementing short and long-range equity goals that support the district's strategic plan, mission, and vision, while specifically promoting a climate of equity and inclusion for all students. I'm here in support of the Chief of Equity and Diversity Office. It creates and promotes a system of transparency, providing an additional layer of accountability that this district so needs. As an educator that teaches over 100 students a day, I understand that each one of my classes requires something different. When creating lessons or engaging my students, I have to be intentional by considering their needs. In the same way, each school in this district requires a specific set of resources to be able to provide those specific needs of that school. A Chief Equity and Diversity Officer can provide and facilitate an in-depth needs assessment that evaluates the services being provided to our most vulnerable populations. Are our students with exceptionalities receiving their services? Are our homeless students being given the resources they need? And at a systems level, are we allocating dollars to where they will benefit students who are in most need? An equity officer creates a clear pathway to providing the access that truly makes what seems impossible possible, and it creates a contact that community members can lean on to serve as the conscience of this district and work in holding all stakeholders accountable. SLICE has been advocating for equity since our inception and believe that a position like this is necessary as we continue upon the road to equity within EBR schools. We want to ensure that this role is not supplemental or an ad, but is at the epicenter of everything that we say and do for kids in this parish, streamlining central office to make sure the necessary supports reach students. Over a year ago, we began this equity-minded superintendent search, and now, Dr. Narcisse, we are depending on you, your staff, and members of the board to approve this item to ensure we are, in fact, on the road to equity. Thank you.
Good evening again, everyone. You've heard from the colleagues with the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. I want to provide a little bit more context and then offer for any one of the board members that may desire perhaps an alternative. So as of the 2019-2020 school year, of the 3,864 teachers that were listed in EBR, 53% of the teachers were considered teachers of color, while 79% of our students are students of color, ranking us 30th out of 69 parishes in terms of that gap between teacher and student. If we look a little bit deeper into your schools, like your A school, Baton Rouge High, which I'm a graduate of, you had 75% of the teachers there are white, 15% of African American, although 63% of the students there are students of color, 36% being African American. At Liberty High School, 63% of your teachers are white, 27% are African American, although 81% of the students there identify as color, and 69% being African American. I bring that out not to belabor a racial issue, but to make sure that we understand the necessity for equity within our district, even within our highest performing schools. So equity and diversity must be at the forefront of our minds consistently. So I just wanted to make sure, in case you were not aware of that data, that we bring that out. With that being said, I understand concerns that the community has brought up. I understand perhaps budget concerns that have been levied in terms of being able to afford all three. I would suggest that someone tonight, one of the board members, please make a friendly amendment to the motion that we do not take all three of these as one lump sum, but that you go through and you look at each one individually at its merit, because I do believe we need an equity officer or chief officer of equity and diversity. Perhaps the other two, right, as we work through what are the qualifications of current positions and how some of that can be fleshed out, may be able to be brought on at a later time, or we may find that we already have positions within the district that can do that work. And so I really hope that you'll listen to that you will take that alternative. And if you do not, then I would have to support that you would vote against as a lump sum and come back to bring about equity, diversity.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so we cannot afford any of these positions, not one. If I was gonna propose any position that we needed, it would be a director of equity. I mean, it would be the director for the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Because one board member just singled me out for referring to our superintendent by his first name. Narcisse and Nikes often get mistaken. So I thought it was appropriate for me to refer to him by his first name. But I have listened to many of our female colleagues in our school system be referred to by their first name when
Ms.
they
Corley,
have to
let's
give
stay
reports.
on the agenda item. It's positions.
So I think when it comes to these positions that we want to create, it would be wise to create a position if we could afford it. But we can't. If we pay for it through CARES Act funding, how will we be able to pay for it the following year? We won't. We will not. Is anybody willing to give up their salary? Any of the board members? Any of the cabinet? Any of the educators? We're asking for more people to be added in a cabinet that is already fiscally heavy, that is taking money directly from the classroom. When we talk about each one teach one, each one in every classroom or in every setting, each one in every district throughout this one system, we can't afford it. I remember at the committee of the whole, Ms. Lopez spoke about us going into the red if we try to pay the stipend at the end of this school year for staff that has been dedicated and committed unlike anybody else, that have been on the front lines. If we can't pay them, surely we can't pay anybody else that we create. After all, we did get 2 positions snuck in after the board only approved 4. Those 2 individuals combined are receiving over $200,000. How are we gonna continue to pay it? If all the children with disabilities were to file a class action lawsuit, what impact would it have on this system, considering that is where the majority of your funding come from? They fall under Title I, Title II, Title IX, IDEA, Civil Rights, and 504. and I can continue if you want. We can't afford it. And we can't keep trying to create something out of nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Gode. I just want to speak briefly. I'm sorry, Tabman.
That's all right. At
Listen,
this time of
I know.
night, I can be anybody you
Right.
want me to be.
All right, so I apologize, President Tapman. So I just wanted to speak a few things on these items. I think I spoke to this last week, and just to get some clarity on this, could somebody come to the mic? I'm trying to see who was the,
Ms. Donaldson?
yes, Ms. Donaldson. So, for clarity.
Yes, sir.
And transparency.
Mhm.
2 of these positions already exist, they're just being repurposed and the names are changing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And those 2 positions are the Director of Equity and Diversity, which was the Director of EEOC, or Director of Equal Opportunity Opportunity Commission.
Yes, sir.
And the other one is Chief of Literacy, which was Deputy Superintendent for Instructional Services.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarity on that. All right. My next thing that I want to bring up, and these are actually the notes from our superintendent search last year, back when Ms. Leslie Brown and Dr. Towns were interviewed. The questions that were compiled from this were questions that came directly from our community input meetings back when we were conducting our superintendent search at that time. This is one of the questions. Dr. Towns and Ms. Leslie Brown, would you be willing to create a cabinet position that solely focuses on equitable distribution of school-related resources, either a chief equity officer or office of diversity? Now, these were the communications that we had with our community. We asked these questions during that meeting at that time, and there was a lot of support behind it. There are several reasons why we need some of these positions, most specifically the Director of Equity and Diversity. And I just give some numbers just for clarity. Currently, we have 30 underperforming schools. 2, 52% of all African American males are not on track to graduate, yet they make up 30% of all first-time offenders in parish prison. 3, 48% of all students are graduating from high school, African American students are graduating from high school without a basic credential on their diplomas. 4, the average ACT score right now in Baton Rouge is a 16. There is a serious problem, and we have to fix it. Those are the facts. These are not facts solely from EBR. These come from the state because we have to report it and turn it into the state. Plainly put, we have to do something. And we have to do something fast for our students in regards to this as it regards equity and diversity. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to J1, resolution adoption, consideration of a request to adopt a resolution as required by law for the Office of the Assessor no later than June 1st, 2021, for the purposes of levying millages effective on the 21 assessment rolls. Ms. Collins.
I don't know why I always feel like the mic is not close enough, but it is. Modern technology. Be it resolved that the following millages are hereby levied on the 2021 tax roll on all properties subject to taxation by East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. A for general fund, constitutional tax, 4.998 mils, special maintenance tax, 0.99 mils, special tax, additional aid to public schools, 6.17 mils, special tax, additional teachers, 2.64 mils, special tax, employee salaries and benefits, 1.77, special tax, employee salaries and benefits, 6.78, special tax, replacing reduced state and local receipts, 4.73, special tax, employee salaries and benefits, 5.69, special tax, employee salaries and benefits, 6.82, which is a total of 40.57 mils for the general fund, and for the ADAPP, special tax to support ADAPP, 0.68 mils altogether. That is 41.25. Be it further resolved that the proper administrative officials of the parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, be and they are hereby empowered, authorized, and directed to spread said taxes as herein above set forth upon the assessment roll of said parish for the year 2021, and to make the collection of the taxes imposed for and on behalf of the taxing authority according to law, and that the taxes herein levied shall become a permanent lien and privilege on all property subject to taxation as herein set forth, and collection thereof shall be enforceable in the manner provided by law. The foregoing resolution was read in full, the roll was called, and I don't have to read that part, do I?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shamlin, help me. It's been a long time since I did a resolution. Do I need a motion or okay, so Ms. Collins moves and Mr. Howard seconds. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I would like Ms. Lopez to come up and help us all understand this, including our viewing audience.
Sure, absolutely. So what we're doing with this resolution is we are basically providing the tax assessor with the mills that we would like to use for next year on the tax rolls. This is not increasing, this is not rolling forward. This is simply saying, these are our millages, please put them on your tax assessment roll so that we can collect property taxes next year. That is what this does.
So it's just giving us the ability to collect what we're already currently collecting?
Yes, ma'am, on the 2021 assessment roll.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions from the board, we go to the audience on the resolution.
Hello again. I'm a mathematician, not a historian, so I may have these details off by a little bit, but it seems as though sometime within the last approximately 1 year, you had a discussion where you were trying to decide whether to roll forward or to not roll forward, and chose to kick the can down the road, and you kicked a little too hard and you missed a deadline, and so you didn't get to roll taxes forward. But I think I saw perhaps in one of the articles in the Advocate that there would be an opportunity to do that in a subsequent year. So I was puzzled when I discovered that there was an ad placed in the local paper for a public hearing in March that didn't happen. So it seems as though there was an administrative decision to give property owners a tax break yet again of $8.5 or $9 million a year, shifting the burden unfairly over to sales taxes, which are regressive and unfair, as opposed to property taxes, which are a little less regressive. And so I realize I can't ask questions, but I'm really puzzled about why that March hearing didn't happen, and why, if at least as recently as last week, you didn't have $8 or $9 million to put teacher stipends on this fiscal year, why you're going to default, keep the property tax rate lower than what the voters approved by 5%. I understand the Republican theme is no taxes, period. Somehow government's magically going to do services without collecting any taxes, I guess just by charging poor people fees. But it seems incredibly irresponsible not to have brought this forward in time to at least consider and then make a vote that you're not going to roll forward. I'm not an attorney. I don't know if you're going to have your attorney speak. My guess is, since it's April and this is due by June 1st, you have probably yet again kicked the can down the road for another year or 3 or 5 or whatever, and you'll never get those 2 mills back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just cynical. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
Ms. Dawn, you got to vote.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. I am going to take, it's very late, but I'm going to take just a very brief moment of personal privilege. I completely agree with Mr. Howard in his comments earlier. And maybe that's, you know, I may well need to take responsibility, and it's all I've ever known. When I came on every superintendent I've ever had and every board member I've ever served with has been just, you know, it gets personal. And I mean, for those of us that have been together, and Jill, you've been here a lot longer than all of us, and it's a shame because we ought to talk about ideas and not people. And I'm happy to visit with Mr. Shamlin about what we can and can't do. I know there are laws regarding, you know, speech and things like that, but I do much better when we talk about ideas, and we talk about concepts, we focus on children, and we don't attack either each other personally or our professionals or our staff or anything like that. It hurts my heart, and again, I take a bit of responsibility for it because it's all I've ever known. It's the way it was when I came on the board, and the only superintendent I've ever worked with that wasn't attacked was Ms. Brown, because she wasn't here that long. And so I'm happy to work with you and Mr. Shamlin to see, you know, what the options are, but it's really disappointing. So that's the sad part of my, I take some responsibility for it, and I'll see what I can do better. On a happier note, I want to take a moment to do a few things. I want to give a shout out to my deputies who are here and who come to these meetings, and they've got to stand in the back. Thank you so much. And not to dish you, but the guy who was there before, he actually would check the room for me and let me know if there was anybody to speak, so he's really my wingman. But anyway, I want to give a great deal of credit and love to the staff. Thank you all for these late nights and the work you've done. I'll give it now. And it's not us patting ourselves on the back. You guys have worked hard. You did a good job of turning around what happened last week and into some really good stuff this week. And I just want to thank each and every one of you. And then I want to give a little bit of love to our production team because they come out here and set up basically a movie studio every week. So, and this is by no means a pat on the back, but I want to thank the board members for their service. This is tough work. And I thank you for your commitment. I thank you for what you're doing. I know that even though I may disagree with you on votes, I don't think you're trying to do anything bad. I don't think you're trying to hurt children. I don't think you're trying to hurt families. I think you're trying to do what you believe is the best and represent your constituency. And now that sort of relatively long point of personal privilege extended. So, Mr. Howard, organizational items. But I'm sorry, wait, before we go on, I think Mr. Gode might have had a comment.
Yes, as we're doing personal privilege, I just wanted to thank, since this is Administrative Assistant Week, I
Absolutely.
really wanted to thank Ms. April Armand, who keeps us all straight and spends more time here than anyone else. Thank you very much for your help and your service. We couldn't do this without you. And in case anyone really wants to know, you do run the board. It's not whoever's the president or anybody else. But thank you very much for your selfless time and service.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Chapman. Committee of the Whole meetings will be held on May 6, 2021 at 5 o'clock p.m. in the Professional Development Center. The regular board meeting is scheduled to be held on May 20th, 2021 at 5 o'clock p.m. at the Professional Development Center.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, and Mr. Howard moves that we adjourn.
Yes.